On booze in the house of blues, it's the O. Recognize a real dawn when you see one. Nobody do it better.
ask me to. Kissing is a thing for two, but all I can do is think of you. Yeah, feeling your heart really hurts on my heart, but when it comes, my world is spatial. I love my arms within reach of a star. A feeling that nothing else can compare to. Yeah, no, yeah, baby, nothing else, nothing.
Just you and me. 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 Just you and me.
You show me there's something more to us than the same old thing, no usual affair. I will never dream of your love to take me there, to take me there. Oh, babe, you got more like it, baby. Oh, babe, you got more like it, baby. Oh, babe, you got more.
I
swag and I pull it off. Give me in a baseline and I kill it off. On a SoundCloud and a fan page, on a fan press play. Top up and away, yeah, the drill it off. Boom, C4 when I'm mic and it's going off. Pretty boy swag so flashy, I'm showing off. Put me in the club, any town, any city, man, better beware. The club Bruce blowing off. Boom, boom, bam, as an A in the mix. Give another wave as a sick refix. Baseline just with an electro twist. With a unique sound, my style's the wickedest. I love getting high, fly like a G6. Took off for school with a style that's Chris. City of Lee's top boy vocalist. And that's from Insomnia, yeah, that's sick.
Baby, I'm not here to start a fight. But I just wanna let you know. It's the way that you've been treating me. That's so unfair, baby, it's so cold.
sick.
Got a unique swag and I pull it off. Give me in a baseline and I kill it off. On a SoundCloud and a fan page, on a fan press play. Top up and away, yeah, I drill it off. Boom, C4 when I'm mic and it's going off. Pretty boy swag so flashy, I'm showing off. Put me in the club, any town, any city, man, better beware. The club Bruce blowing off. Got a unique swag and I pull it off. Give me in a baseline and I kill it off. On a SoundCloud and a fan page, on a fan press play. Top up and away, yeah, I drill it off. Boom, C4 when I'm mic and it's going off. Pretty boy swag so flashy, I'm showing off.
No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. The way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame, boy, but my heart is hooked on you. No one else makes me feel the way you do. It's a shame,
Just turn the fuck up. Okay.
feels so good to be a Brooklyn Dodger.
hands free. 15 code a shanty. I sing like the Grand Prix. She fling off the panties, oh, and them things extra fancy. She know just what she came to do. She wanna live life Jumanji. Girl, you know I got just the place for you. Oh, ring on the hands free. 15 code a shanty. I sing like the Grand Prix. She fling off the panties, oh, and them things extra fancy. She know just what she came to do. She wanna live life Jumanji. Girl, you know I got just the place for you. Oh, for the night. We can kick it for the night. Do a little something with the vibe. Put in work for me, don't be shy now. Come on yourself a couple stripes, girl. Are you keeping me guessing? Yeah, I swear your body a blessing. Yeah. Big party girl, you got my attention. Whoa, I put your body for some testing. Ring on the hands free. 15 code a shanty. I sing like the Grand Prix. She fling off the panties, oh, and them things extra fancy. She know just what she came to do. She wanna live like Jumanji. And you know I got just the place for you. Oh, ring on the hands free. 15 code a shanty. I sing like the Grand Prix. She fling off the panties, oh, and them things extra fancy. She know just what she came to do. She wanna live like Jumanji. And you know I got just the place for you. Oh, ring on the hands free. 15 code a shanty. I sing like the Grand Prix. She fling off the panties, oh, and them things extra fancy. She know just what she came to do. She wanna live like Jumanji. Just the place for you. We can kick it for the night. Do a little sign with the vibe. We can kick it for the night. Do a little sign with the vibe. We can kick it for the night. Do a little sign with the vibe. We can kick it for the night. Do a little sign with the vibe.
We're gonna make it dance for sure. If you're stressed, then you let it go.
We can kick it for the night. Do a little sign with the vibe.
We're gonna make it dance for sure. If you're stressed, then you let it go.
We can kick it for the night.
You can't say shit about this hip hop.
Nah, look, it was properly filthy.
place, I'm on my way. No mistakes, I know the stakes, yeah. I don't show face, I keep my pace, yeah. I get my way, get out my way. 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 I get my way, get out my way.
till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep on listening till it go blood. Yeah, y'all keep
Take the time to find a condom. B, you walk right over and you pound them. C, tell her that you want her love. Well, the answer is D. D, all of the above. C, tell her that you want her love. Well, the answer is D. All of the above. So you take the time to find a condom. B, you walk right over and you pound them. C, tell her that you want her love. Well, the answer is D. All of the above. So you
We at the downtown cabaret, right across the street from the Coca Cabana. We have the Midnight Roof special going on. We have Choco on the wheels of steel. Slow it down for a minute, Choco. Yeah. Zigzag on the MIC. We giving a special tribute to Charlie Parker here tonight. The Midnight Rooftop special. We're gonna bring it like this. I want all ladies who came with their man. Come on and get it for free and drink all night. Bebop, we walk with our hats on tilt. Creamy white silk, gated shoes on stilts. Fresh as the morning milk, plus like the pill. When we rock at the club, no blood got spilled. But Don Peace Bridges had their legs in the air. For being swung by the swing, so their legs in the air. Long dresses in this silk brassiere. Hair loose in a twist, 5K in the air. Somebody the bop bop. Doctor can blow on any octave. Perform with some of the world's greatest jazz roster. From bebop to hip hop, back to bebop. Charlie Parker lips blow hot like boiling teapot. From poor depressed, non-whites and uptight. To blowing horns and walking with the bass upright. To having our crowns polished and our face upright. To clean our neighborhoods and our place upright. With you, keeping the flow popping here. We gonna turn the lights down a little low. Just how to let you go. Yo, the saxophone doctor can blow on any octave. Perform with some of the world's greatest jazz roster. From bebop to hip hop, back to bebop. Charlie Parker lips blow hot like boiling teapot. From poor depressed, non-white and uptight. To blowing horns and walking with the bass that's upright. To having our crown polished and our face upright. To clean our neighborhoods and our place upright. Bring it back.
You people are all trying to achieve the impossible. That's exactly what we've done. But you'll fail, and you'll all die. If we die, the next generation will fight them too. And the one after them.
Yeah. The ghetto red hot, rude boy licking shots in your area. Madman terror on your block, ruckus. 40 trouble making gat busting head touches. Crooked train robbing gold rushes. Nigga, it be the villain from the old building. That be ready and willing for a war dance, killing murder. There ain't nothing in the world that I ain't heard of or dead to keep the hunger pain from coming back, kid. Super cat see everything be cool, I read. Pass the peace pipe like Chief Cochise, yeah.
Niggas want 200 grand over the table. That shit look too I don't know what the fuck made them in their own mind.
Hey, yo, you got a light?
Yo, we was raised in the dead-arm district before guns was called business. Stapleton was on that hood shit. Live from the New York borough, keeping it down. Bunch of snakes in the grass, they creeping like squirrels. Cause the snitch gon' crack that nut. Don't give a fuck, did 10 hours long and try to wrap us up. He dry snitch and pulled up in the whip with a fly wisdom. Hopped out to get a Dutch, but he left with a switch splitting. We from New York, my city never sleeps. We running with 100 heats when beef pop off. We ain't the one to speak, dressed in all black, driving 16 hearses. We 16 niggas dropping 16 verses. Big faces, bulging out of big green purses. Stuck your man for his veggies in his lame ass circus. So I did niggas act up. Let niggas act up. Now like cars in reverse, I better back up.
Shot meat out your face, daddy, gladly. Magley's on, rubber band currency, and I splash your visa. You know the code, yo, Caesar, low straddlers, front speech, cracks all in the front seat, spazzing. Imperial wizard, statin, knife game off the chain, and I'm with 400 with wagons. So live wires shoot darts for bread. Any map I assist that, I'm holding it, all niggas dead. What? Battle for cake and fuck wizards. We do it straight business, all my ride, ain't no fake niggas. Word up.
Yo, this is hip-hop melody with godly sprinkles of greatness, jazz horn, trumpet, spoken word, instrumentals, silk suit, Cuban link cables, candlelit tables, turntable spin, ninth wonder blend classic. This Wu-Tang style that I've mastered, handcrafted, utensil, poison lead pencil, sculpt portraits for you to picture mentally. Blesses the anointed, appointed to bring balance, serving universal justice. Reflect like the sky be blue. Peace is Zulu, it's boom, bye to your head. Respect the Buju, my ninja star Ginsu. Catch me at the ballroom, my mic assassin murder crew. Throwing dart invincible, brother, it's the principle, respect due.
You need to figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about.
I smelt the fire in Babylon when the kid got his travel on. Life let me tag along, miles from the vagabonds. Ventriloquism deep in the system. I never listened, I was blind to the prism. Shine and glisten, a gold glittering griffin that make dreams come true. But your souls are missing, our soul missions to rise. Who rose with them? They rose a code switching. Stories of old Grisham. Nose twitching, a penny pinching. Not many listen about foreseeing the vision. Chocolate crunch, chronic calibration, creation. Celebration of that lifetime occasion. Formulation of fornication on vacation. Safe saving my information. The combination is abomination. My conversation's a compilation. Mama waiting, hope she ain't a patient. Resin is regular, our buds are better, huh? French inhale, baby, and taste the plethora. I'd rather you instead of her, but I make do with what I can. The casualties are man. Fight or flight, I know you ran. Drone scan, quarter from overland. They watching, brother man. Fight or flight, I know you ran. Drone scan, quarter from overland. They watching to figure it out. Said they watching to figure it out. But never mind me, I'ma figure it out. Never mind me, I'ma figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about, huh?
Dumbed out for the free, duh. Release, dumb relief. Minimalist, dip the socially explicit, implicit, pure gentleman, derivative, raw, breathing just to live, all season fisherman, reel 'em in a clip, pick, vision, future tense, edit, invent, just invent a bit, list the benefits, whistle in the wind, more moms and a pop, more hot shots, more cop, more locks, more latch keys, water hot, more to rise, order those tots, yeah, go outside, more positive, acknowledge the pop, more defensive for the pisser, dignity lives here, elegant residence, say the sky's lit, then witness the thunder, comfort where I lay the fitted.
Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Figure it out, baby, let's figure it out. Give it a whisper, give it a shout. I figure we can figure it out, what it's about, huh?
Yo, before you do anything, man, let me make a goddamn announcement, man. Oh, fuck that shit, man. See, the old dirty bastard, when he comes to your motherfucking town, motherfuckers, you gonna get happy. Know what I'm saying? Cause nobody cannot fuck with me. I said, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away. Off on the natural charge, bon voyage. Yeah, from the home of the Dodger Brooklyn squad.
Wu-Tang.
Killer hubbies on the swarm. Rain on your college ass disco dorm. But you didn't even touch my skill. You gotta go to one killer bee, and he ain't for the kill now. Chop that down, pass it all around. Lyrics get hard, quick cement to the ground. For an EMC and any 52 states, I get psycho. Killer Northern Bass. My producer slam, my flow is like bam. Jump on stage, and then I dip there. Yo, y'all know the lyrics. Come on, sing with me.
Oh, baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it. Oh, baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it. Oh, baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it. Oh, baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it. Oh, for the ladies who know me, tell them who the fuck I been. For the niggas who know me, tell them who the fuck I been.
Oh, dirty bastard.
Watch out, comes down on you like what? By the dock, by the flock, by the ring, by the block.
Let a nigga be free, let a nigga be free. That's why old dirty bastard is the baddest motherfucker. Cause the nigga got to be free. See, I'm that nigga that's running. I'm swimming, I'm the motherfucker that swam down 1,000 miles, nigga. I'm home, nigga. My mind is my home. That's why I'm the illest motherfucker.
So what's up, man?
Coolin', man.
Chillin'. Yo, you know I had to call. You know why, right?
Why?
Because, yo, I never, ever called and asked you to play something, right?
Yeah.
You know what I want to hear, right?
What you want to hear?
I want to hear that Wu-Tang joint.
Yo, cleanse me, clean me of my sour soul and vicious. My mind races from the satellite dishes. No technology, this world's corrupt. They can't feed me food for thought. I won't budge, I'm a twisted individual. They say critical. I say, nigga, I'm on top of my pinnacle. Chessboards and swords, alphabetical darts. My clan is Bravehearts, I move like Paul Blart. Sloppy, go ahead and try to stop me if you can. Your casualties of war get left in the sand. I'm Iron Man, a stone-faced killer with a mask. Don't want the truth, then don't ask, you couldn't handle a task. Rigorous, my war face is one that God gave me. Evil cause I looked all bugged out and crazy. Dusted, embalming and fluid, dripping from my nose hole. Stapleton nigga never catch me wearing rose gold. Woo!
Extra, extra, read all about it.
catch on IG, where they ratchet with the ratchet, it don't matter no more, cause hip hop is dead.
To all true believers in New York, the pulse of poverty and prosperity. A voice emerged from the darkness to breathe life back to the ears of the lost. The forsakers of hip-hop cringe from a whisper knowing their days are numbered. Prepare yourselves. This is
let's build us a superhero. Drape him in the trench, Timberlands on his feet, 16 in his wrench. Customize his Cadillac with presidential tents and a button that he can push with push coming through the vent. Give him vision beyond vision, mouse precision, so he can spot a blind man while riding with the wizard. Make him slide like a fox, lead him to a ripper. He'll help him navigate through the block like a skipper. Welcome to the whoa, magnificent nigga that'll send him to Colorado with Rallo to see the bigger picture and let his light flicker. Equip him so he can display his wordplay like a scripture and no alliance to the giants. And a thought process so he can dissect rocket science. Give him the resilience, make him a chameleon to blend in and be gone and hover over the radar. Welcome to Gotham.
Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are. Just imagine. Clack, clack, boom, ow, boom. Keep New Yiddy preserved. We get it off the curve with a swerve.
Who are you?
Me, that's who. Yeah, keep New Yiddy preserved. Hey.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Do you valor, protect, and serve? Hip-hop, I got you. Welcome to God.
They talk about it while I live it. My business not for critics. All black fit, I get it like curly lock acidics. You know this map dish is like DMX with the scriptures. I might DM your mistress to DM message your missus. Not superstitious, but rappers need supervision. Super villain in the building, they call me superintendent. I'm superseding hard rocks, I've been a menace. Bad attendance in the school of hard knocks got me suspended. Crack the earth when I walk with a bop. You feel the tremors. The aftershock, I feel like these rappers still in their feelings. And I don't feel them, in fact, still wanna steal them. If I catch the kidnapper, my clan still for the children. These rappers ill and get shots, no penicillin. My stock still in the millions and cops still kill civilians. My truth revealing some scars, it's not for healing. Burn it all, my decision, don't need a mock Sicilian either. Come get your ether, pick the stick or the sword. That's a half a virgin cheaper than most you chicks can afford. Give me a hammer bigger than Thor's, bigger than yours. 4-4, big as biggies, I'm fitting to kick in the door. Boom. Welcome to Gotham.
Who are you?
It doesn't matter who we are.
Just imagine. Clack, clack, boom, ow, boom. Keep New Yiddy preserved. We get it off the curve with a swerve.
Who are you?
Me, that's who. Yeah, keep New Yiddy preserved. Hey.
No one cared who I was till I put on the mask.
Do you valor, protect, and serve? Hip-hop, I got them. Welcome to Gotham.
dedicated to all my Americans that came with Christopher Columbus. This dedicated to all the beginners, the Indians that was out 16,000 years from India. I be in a pout up blow like an anteater. Call me vacuum cleaner, dirty carpet cleaner. Fort Clover, Fort Greener. Plug to me wall, electric feener. I shrink your kid, Blue Gina. Tina Turner, that's me and Athena. Greek arena, this is dedicated to the jazz cat Tina. Absolute hot technique, mutual automation. Invented first masturbation. Creator of the black Jew nation. Caligula sensation, 600-year duration. Culture corporation, turn 97 number one station.
Dans les villes, les bras noués autour de leur misère à la cheville, prennent le boulet de la culpabilité comme un calvaire. Frère, serre les dents, flair, sois prudent, garde ta force en attendant. L'univers est chaotique, la terre pathétique, toujours une élite pour écraser celui qui pique. C'est écrit sur le script, sale film, on pétrifie le bon comme du slim. On donne le même poison que celui qui nous envenime. No way, qui viendra nous sauver. Je casse ma carapace, besoin d'espace pour mon arrivée. Jazz cantine, old dirty beat et le sens unique pour vous cultiver.
Ich bin der MIB, der Mann in Braunschweig, a.k.a. Alexei Breit ist am Mic. Meine Brown Town Peeps getting ball for the night. Pepper Panther, Mr. Cooper schließt weltweit Contacts von Amerika bis nach Japan. Auf Hip-Hop komm ich klar wie beim Sprinten auf Tatan. Fließe wie Wasser auf dem Beat vom Risser. Ich weiß noch vor Jahren, als so viele Besserwisser Rap tot sacken, er lebt noch. Ihr könnt dagegen gar nichts machen, seht doch. Es geht erst los mit Collagen und Fusion. Hip-Hop ist nichts vor allem, er verbindet Millionen.
複雑に絡まり当たり見えず動けずに固まり頭抱え持ったまんま呆然と立ち尽くすのももう限度進む我が道照らすヘッドライトポケットに忘れず平和と愛を迷子みたいな態度やめないとゲームセット君は最後やっぱり行き詰まったり失ったりすればがっかりだからはったりでも頑張り見せろ混沌とした中でのこだわり
The fat old green screamers, I hope one day it's been a real long time since I have hurricanes blown through my ride. Design breaking into fragments of falling reality left the fairy holding together now. Hieroglyphics delivered you a pinch stock, just continuously book. Wide universal through hip hop, touch my highness into me casa. Brain ticket paid at the seat in me plaza. For some verbal actors, just married to the game. Others kick their own style, second path in the vein. One love to my people, kick a huge style. Yeah, you sit in class and make a worldwide.
Shock when the rock come with this hip hop, don't stop. The rock, body rock, short shot. Of MC Bird hot, won't let a nigga slow down with the flow. If the bitch won't move, bitch, you won't know. On my side up when you enter the target. Get up, act like a pig, trying to hog my shit. I take your ass, I quit. I'm steering this fucking wheel. The settle boat is traveling at the speed of steel. Superman, wanna be black man, wanna be Superman. Now we caught up in this motherfucking land. Don't know how the motherfucker make shit span. And just make shit travel. Dirt dog beat the motherfucker in the gravel.
about you before I met you, and now I got you. My baby's next to me. As the piano plays, sway with me.
Nissan's all-electric Leaf is available for delivery in March for $46,365 plus on roads after claiming the Clean Car Rebate. Eligible customers must claim the rebate after purchase. Easily charge at home, work or on the road. Test drive at your Nissan dealer now.
I bomb atomically. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how I be dropping these mockeries. Lyrically perform armed robbery, flee with the lottery. Possibly they spotted me. Battle scarred shogun, explosion when my pen hits tremendous.
Who are your top 5 MCs? If you had to name top 5 dead or alive, who would they be?
Top 5 dead or alive? Well, my top 5 are alive. Inspector Deck. Second is Inspector Deck. Third, Inspector Deck. Fourth, the Rebel Lioness. And fifth, Raleigh Fingers, Inspector Deck.
The Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, from the slums of Shaolin, cross that water to my peeps in New Jerusalem. Beneficence, INS, your highness. Let's go. Metropolis, dark night, I spark mics like sulfur, violating the vultures, elevating the culture, bathing in war paint for Shawshank Redemption, your highness, beneficence, ball break convention, digital warfare, Terminator view through the crosshairs, shoot the legs off the corporate chair, I'm more severe, I bring the pain plus the falling tears for years, till I sign off, truly or sincere, global mogul, vocal, king cobra, soldier eye, the noble, so smooth, so rude, wave pirate, I'm in it tight with the vice grip. The only wire to plug in this fly shit. Finest to broadcast the raw craft. Calling bank like my shot going off glass. Resident patient, stay sick, basic, the greatest of all rhyme, mind controlling the matrix.
We all in, together, forever gon' win. Ignite the mic and let it strike.
INS, represent.
Drop a hard rhyme.
Vegas entrance, Caesar's Palace, middleweight, tighter defense. Mission intense, forensics or fingerprints. Plus the iron mic clench, so you suppress the evidence. Photographic events, shutter speed, show the difference. Type thug commander, slots for propaganda. Masses under control of 909 in Guyana. Islamic chancellor, swift stealth. Form the label sign myself. Givens keep digging funds secured by the Welsh. Bigger snapper to fry, so I select who I mystify. Jersey coming live, and why? This do or die. We unforgettable, Nat King Cole incredible. Maintain the schedule, you see them woes are several. Conjunction with the rebel INS, the slugfest. This is overdue process, head nigh and unconscious. Important survival chance with the clamp on rap. Homie approach with foolery, why take a chance on that?
Yo, Rob Swift.
Stabbing the track for both hands.
Word up, check his technique.
We all in, stabbing the track for both hands. track.
All right, let's bring to the stage.
Yeah, Your Highness, live from the bricks, 1-6. Peak wide, bang your head, break the drumsticks. Verbal assault, rhymes ripple through the mix. Specialist with the smash hits, catch your flicks. Savagely attack this, blast with accurate aim. Spark the flame, burn this in proper vein. Ride tracks like a soul train, hold your brain. In the state of shock, make them drop, it's a cold game. I bang with the big boys, those who hold names. Amateurs get hung with their own gold chains. I swing blades, best bring grenades against a true master. Way beyond your freshman attempts. Spent rounds on the floor, evidence of the war. It's on till the death, till we settle the score. You can never measure to the standard of the most popular demanded rap classic. Pop corks while the sound knock your socks off. Ghetto summer jam got the street blocked off. Plots to knock me off and stop short. On with my thoughts, move the world with an unknown force.
We had the bass pound speakers, shell toe Adidas. Original rap with new school leaders. Graffiti art names with fat gold chains. Shock the world cause it's hip hop remains.
I'm a true master, you can check my credentials. Master in the MC field. Preacher, poet, a teacher. From the master, from the master.
Yo, I drop fools like hell, rap rides a third rail. Transmit deaf styles of sign language and braille. In hot pursuit of Donald Trump rap loop. Produce what you feel with Navy SEAL Mike Troop, Sergeant SP, Slaughter Pete Rock of Gibraltar. Miraculous lyrics that tread water. A rap nigga, show respect, write rhymes that connect, collaborate, break bread with corrupt and deck. Keep my feet blessed, fresh with the Scottie Pippen. In the game of life, I play all positions. Stop, look, and listen. Total package, yes, a true master. Produce rhyme, singing, hit faster. The master of the game, solo artist by name. Paint the masterpiece that lies inside the frame. Pass with flying colors, the #1 soul brother. All eyes on us, guard your grill and take cover. We had the bass pound speakers, shell toe Adidas. Original rap with new school leaders. Graffiti art names with fat gold chains. Shock the world cause hip hop remains.
I'm a true master, you can check my credentials. Master in the MC field. Preacher, poet, a teacher. From the master, from the master.
station is at 1830 hours and class starts at 1900 hours. Medical firehouse. To all stations for an announcement. Saturday training on solar awareness and occupational safety. Final 121.
Are we prepared for one of the...
Raw, I'ma give it to ya with no trivia. Roll like cocaine straight from Bolivia. My hip hop will rock and shock the nation like the Emancipation Proclamation. Weak MCs approach with slang that's dead. Them eyes are running to the wall and bang your head. I push a force, my force you're doubting. I'm making devils cower to the Caucasus Mountain.
Well, I'm the sire. I set the microphone on fire. Rap styles vary and carry like Mariah. I come from the Shaolin slum and the Al I'm from is coming through with enough niggas, enough guns. So if you wanna come sweating, stressing, contesting, you got your soft swords in the midsection. Don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. Phony niggas that outline the talk. I'm mad vexed is what the projects made me. Rebel to the grain, there's no way to barricade me. Steamrolling niggas like an 18-wheeler with the drunk driver driving. There's no surviving. Rough like Timberland, where? Yeah, me and the clan and yo, the Land Cruisers out there. Peace to all the crooks, all the niggas with bad looks. Bald head braids, blows us up. We pack home decks, nickel play the max. Black axe, drug dealing styles with fat stacks. Only been a good nigga for a minute though, cause I got to get my props and win it. Yo, I got beef with commercial ass niggas with gold teeth, lamping in a Lexus C and B. Straight up and down, don't even bother. I got 40 niggas up in here now who kill niggas barbers. My peoples, are you with me where you at? In the front, in the back, killer bees on attack. My peoples, are you with me where you at? Smoking meth, hitting cats on the block with the gap.
shimmy y'all, shimmy yam, shimmy yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away. Off on the natural Charles Bon Voyage. Yeah, from the home of the Dodger Brooklyn squad. Wu-Tang Killer hubby's on the swarm. Rain on your college ass disco dorm. When you didn't even touch my skill, you gotta go to one killer bee and he ain't gonna kill down. Chop that down, pass it all around. Lyrics get hard, quick cement to the ground. For an EMC in any 52 states, I get psycho. Killer, Norman Bates, my producer slam. My flow is like bam, jump on stage up and I did that.
Yo, y'all know the lyrics. Come on, sing with me.
Oh, baby, I like it raw. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Baby, I like it raw. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Yeah, baby, I like it raw.
Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all.
Y'all see I'm in the street struggling, young, dumb, and thuggin', give a fuck about nothing. Stuck at rock bottom, trying to come up on something. Pumping from sundown to sun up, he hustling. Vision, my nigga, now get in where you fitting. And see prison as just a high cost of living, the life. Ante up, cause if you blow the dice on that OC, Dorothy ain't going home tonight. That's on everything. Put it on the kids and the wife. Been burying my folk ever since they raised the price on the coke. Searching for a quick antidote. More money, more problems to cope.
We were at the same table when the chips were checked. A gambling rebel who inspects the deck. Just when you thought we would fold our hand. Against all odds, we raised the bet like we changed the plan. It was live on air, but in between station breaks, I was holding the pair and just made the table stakes. Split the demos, put insurance on tapes. A safeguard against the crusaders and capes. If I double down, they say the guard and sharks. If we went against the house, they thought the cards was marked. We draw hit after hit from a royal flush menu, while the dealer promoted the full house venue. A spade in a club with a heart to wear diamonds. The high roller who got credit upon signing. They look puzzled when I shuffle. Most of them stunned by the hustle. Because the bluff game's your muscle.
I'm back in the game now. Caught me some weight now. More people about to eat now. Shit's about to change now. Yeah. Back in the game now. All my niggas in the hood now. Ooh. Better catch up now.
Say what?
Shit's
hey
Yo, on rainy days I sit back and count ways on how to get rich. Coolin' with a mean, ill Jamaican bitch. Banana coat matching with the ratchet. Little black weed, sweatpants style. Air Forces acting, jumping the 6 kicks. Lil' Chris talking about the bird. Flow through your hood in the main sense, that's giant. It's like the family that flipped on you for lying. Buried you alive, left your whole crying. We on your floor, look, more dogs. They ain't A either, I hope y'all niggas is on. And when we get there, all my niggas in the mix, yeah. Shalal Lex Diamond got me buying Louis Rich.
Yo, those people say the clan was missing since I got dropped off the radio. Overnight, your whole style was bitten in the process. Everybody switched their names like, what you call it, and he fast skin James. It was the guards that rest that. Soft skin, dark skin bitches, Clarks and Dizzy left the game dizzy. Who got busy? That dancey shit slid through. We had to stay hooked, cause that's what we been through. RZA came through, mastermind, got the cash from power, proof the power past the divine. Classical rhymes, mathematical rhymes, styles unbearable. Now niggas with the radical shines. It's Ghost Dini, every coast need me. We back, motherfucker, that's right. It's the WTC, World Trade Center, Wu-Tang Clan. We brought so much heat that we was giving you tears and shit.
Back in the game now. Caught me some ways now. People about to eat now. Shit's about to change now. Yeah. Back in the game now. All my niggas in the hood now. Ooh. Better catch up now. Shit's about to change now.
Sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, anytime she goes away.
Experience China before communism. The life-changing performance. Shen Yu.
Her name was Kim, this light-skinned girl from Shaolin. Stood by my side when my world was caved in. She cooked for me, fixed me up, plus made me happy. Every time she told me she loved me, I said no backsies, I was fucked up in the game. Migraines, no honey in my pockets, all I had was a chain. 45 stainless, it got so deep I threw the heat to my dome. She said, if you shoot, you ain't the real pretty tone. Baby, come home, you're not alone, be strong, whether right or wrong. Our bond is even more stronger when the light is gone. Say yo, Starks, relax, you know I got the hot water running. Baby, oil you down, pies in the oven, in my lovin'. It's grown woman style, old fashioned ender. Don't worry about that jam, you gon' smash him. Boom, bash him, your time has come. Stay focused, keep it cool, you know I love you too. Baby, thank you.
Lying, cheating, hurting, that's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town, putting me down for thinking I'm someone new.
The more he drowned, the more down he went. As if to say them other chicks wasn't meant, but she came through. Made every square inch possible. Helped the kid get on out every obstacle. Long talks at night, arguments secure, trying to solve whether who is right. She bad tight in the way she never called the cops on a nigga got me. Open even more on her with a banging body. My favorite sweetheart, come but don't ever stop. Your love, give me every drop. Your kiss gets me very hot. Never felt feelings before and felt so sure. Every time you put it on me, I fiend for more. Think that's the reason why. Can't leave, can't lie, look you dead in the eye. Work the fuck up like Ralph, baby, you're the greatest. I'ma sell my guns and with the cash, I'ma bring you to Vegas.
Lying, cheating, hurting, that's all you seem to do.
Alright,
messing around every guy in town, putting me down for thinking I'm someone new.
I've never been used to and don't ever stop this.
Cheating, hurting, that's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town, putting me down for thinking I'm someone new.
locked up and you still let them back in. Make some noise if you cook and you clean for them. Out of love, doing jokes for them. To all my niggas who love a girl with good brains on them. Bag them and get your name tattooed on them. Kiss them in the morning, hold them, definitely show them. We got our crab down pack when it's time to mold them.
Lying, cheating, hurting, that's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town.
The new generation was growing up. A generation to whom Bing Crosby and the Ink Spots meant nothing. A generation that demanded a new kind of music. Music like the music of
Shaolin shadowboxing.
Fat Dub Sack, remix of Method Man for you one time. Tip, tip, tap. Yeah. M-E-T-H-O-D, man. M-E-T-H-O-D, man. M-E-T-H-O-D, man. M-E-T-H-O-D, man. Hey, you, get off my cloud. See me get raw with my southpaw style. Mover, pumping on the fat blood from Cuba. It's the Medi-Cal, jet the cal, I'm the Buddha. Monk on the hunt for machine gun funk. I get you open like a slug from a shotgun pump. Double barrel, yeah, man, bring it to him proper. Partner, you ain't got no wins in me, casa. Straight up, you're moving too fast, so baby, wait up. Took one, added 7 more, now you 8 up. Get on down with your bass up, get on down. Listen to the sound, come on, you can never get this ultimate legit. See you all up in my ass, but you don't know shit. What's your definition of a real MC? Someone true and dedicated, hey, you must be me. Met the cow, true descendant of the live hip hop. I goes on till the break of dawn and just don't stop. Give me the green light and the sign one way. Have you had your meth today? Move it in, move it out, stick it in, pull it out, shake it up, shake it down, come on down, let the cow. Oh, I hope and pray that I will, but today I am still just M-E-T-H-O-D, man, M-E-T-H-O-D, man, M-E-T-H-O-D, man, M-E-T-H-O-D, man. Oh, rappers can't get with the style extra wicked. Rap flow is banging like butter on a biscuit, a tisket. I'm not trying to have it. Mike show I stun them and run them when they rag. Those who test it respected the method. They know I can't be messed with. I'm hectic, accepted. I'll break it down, I get down for my crown. Filthy, dirty like a worm underground. Trying to avoid the yelly bird, that's my
Greeters over New Zealand, the all-new Nissan X-Trail and Qashqai are here now. Test drive the new e-Power range and take advantage of Nissan's special introductory finance rate. Fees, T's and C's apply. Approved applicants only. Offer ends March 31st.
Shaolin shadowboxing and the Wu-Tang sword style. If what you say is true, the Shaolin and the Wu-Tang could be dangerous. Do you think your Wu-Tang sword can defeat me?
On guard. I'll let you try my Wu-Tang style.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus! Bring the motherfucking ruckus! Bring the motherfucking ruckus! Bring the motherfucking ruckus!
Ghostface, catch the blast of a hype burst. My clock burst, leaving a hearse. I did worse, I come rough. Jump like an elephant son. Your head rough, fly like Egyptian must. Ah, shit, Wu-Tang Clan sparked the Wixen. However, I mastered a trick just like Nixon. Causing terror, quick damage your whole era. Hard rocks is rock the fuck up. I found shot the yellow style. Hazardous, cause I wreck this dangerous. I blow spots like Waco, Texas.
I watch my back like I'm locked down. Hardcore hitting sound, watch me act raw and tear down a little bit tight asshole. Songs going gold, no doubt, and you're watching 40 niggas fall. Yeah, they faking all that, carrying gaps, but your mouth plan rolling like 40 backs. Now you're acting bitch, I guess it makes sense. Wu-Tang, yo, represent. I wait for one to act up. Now I got it backed up. Gun to his neck now. React for it, and that's one in the chamber. Wu-Tang banger, 36,000 danger. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. 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 So I whip it hardcore like mono-lick bitches. I roll with groups of ghetto bastards with biscuits. Check it, my method on the microphone's banging. Wu-Tang slang, I leave your headpiece hanging. What's this? I'm kicking like Seagull out with justice. The wildness, just don't do this. Ruckus, rapper, I'm verbally assault the tongue. Motor one, my style shot you not like a stun gun. I'm hectic, I'm acting with the quickness. Set it on the microphone. The competition get blown. While this nasty ass nigga with my nigga, the RZA. Charge like the wall and got roll like a tigger. So bad, stepping up the pad with the vocab crab. I scream on your ass like your dad, bring it on. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus.
Yo, I'm more rugged than slave man boots. Newbie crooks, I'm fucking up MC troops. I break loose and trample shit while I stomp. I'm unholing that ass, cook them straight out the swamp. Creeping up on sight, now it's fight night. My Wu-Tang slang is bad fucking danger. The more deadly than the stroke of an axe. Chopping through your back, giving bystanders heart attacks. Niggas tryna blink, tell me who is them. I blow up this fucking prism, make it a vicious act of terrorism. You wanna bring it, so fuck it. Come on and bring the buckets. Then I provoke niggas to kick buckets. I'm wetting team, I ain't wetting vein. Who's selling game? I'm giving out a deadly game. It's not the Russian, it's the Wu-Tang crushing. Who let slip up, you get fucked like Suzette. Bring the fucking rockets.
Bring the motherfucking ruckus. Bring the motherfucking ruckus.
rap career. We can can him, manhandle him if you wanna. Run in his crib, won't get ditto. Skate like a limo and jet to the fly state. Relate, take a break, break down the eighth and then wait. Drop it like Drake thugs, they be booing and screwing. We canoeing, claim they doing the same shit we doing. Fuck your union, it's the same style. Raise a trainer boy, jump the turnstile. On the alley, try to challenge God for the new bounce, especially that aluminum bat in the act. Relax, laid back, sell a grenade a day. The pays black, the Mac 10 flex, white cats like Windex. Index, finger be sore, busting these spots spread. While he can't count crazily grins, with wild plans. Laying with my bitches and my mans and less lands, we losing them. Jet to the stash and now Jerusalem, abusing them. Rocking his jewels like we using them. Low pro star, 7 thick waves, rock polar. Roll with the older guard, build with the song.
Wu-Tang Clan.
So Trump's got invited, eh?
You got what?
Trump get arrested.
I don't. No. I haven't heard that he did.
Trump indictment, it's now open season on any and all former presidents.
I don't know.
There's going to be a lot of them sitting in prison.
Wonder what they've indicted him for.
Whatever they can.
Yeah.
Really? Whatever they can.
Counts of business fraud related to business fraud, according to what CNN is saying.
They'll be saying as many as they hope
Yeah.
they can. Business fraud. So we're going to be checking out the buyers next.
Yeah, they're fine.
They'll also have to be checking out.
Nothing to see here.
Wouldn't they be checking out the bushes too? Actually, how do we just build they build a fucking, like a new prison for the presidents and the rich and famous and the wealthy that have been fucking us over for the last 4 decades. Why don't we just do that? We just all throw them into their own little utopian prison. Make it nice. They can't complain too much. But really, some of these cunts have got to be held to account, Dave, because it gives the citizens no confidence, and it also, every time it happens, it weakens the citizens' belief, and also it weakens their strength. Because every time it happens, they start thinking, oh, like, well, how come that can happen? And they know it's not going to happen to them, so psychologically it starts fucking us over as a community. You know?
Yeah.
Because we know that wealthy people can get away with things, but us on this fucking corner of the street, we struggle to get away with fucking jaywalking.
Yeah. Still the thing ringing out up. Batman is everywhere. I couldn't find it. I found the picture.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, fucking Batman.
That's beautiful. Man, I'd be calling him Batman all day. Help! Help, help.
Stream skies.
Stop this. We've got to get all this shit done before 6 o'clock tomorrow.
In '97, the Rage Against the Machine Wu-Tang Clan tour rolled out.
Whoa, have you seen this Wu-Tang documentary on Showtime?
I haven't seen it.
So they talk about this tour.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember who it is. I think it's Raekwon, but I could be wrong. But they talk about how and why they left the tour.
Yeah.
And how there was some expression of regret in the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we didn't have our shit together. We didn't understand the impact of Wu-Tang and Rage, and we left that tour. And had we stayed on that tour, things might have been different. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, well, I mean, I felt blessed and honored to be on tour with Wu-Tang. Like, Wu-Tang Clan, Rage Against the Machine, 1997, like, it was the craziest, idea.
Tiger style. 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 Go! Bring it! Go! Come on! There's no place to hide once I stepped inside it. Dr. Doom, prepare for the move. Bam! Bam! Slam, 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 slam. Yeah. I be tossing and forcing. My style is awesome. I'm causing more family moves than Victor Dawson. And the survey said, you're dead. Federal flag gonna teach y'all from your fucking head. Mr. Who is that? Hey, yo, the who is black. Niggas go boom. Like I'm Super Cat, can't leave no one. Oh no, eardrum, Wu-Tang Shogun. Killer to the eardrum. Drum, 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 drum. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Straight from the motherfuckers, nothing busted. Wu-Tang Clan, we ain't nothing to fuck with. And if you want beef, then play the ruckus. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Straight from the motherfuckers, nothing busted. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Needle to the groove, I guess, rude and I'm forced to fuck it up. Sound carries like a pickup truck. Cross the clear blue yonder. See the shining sea, I slam tracks like quarterback sacks from LT. Why try and test? Rebel INS. Bless since the birth, I earth slam your best. I base the cake, then take the cake and eat it too with my crew. We had stakes to stay. Man, if you want beef, then play the ruckus. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Straight from the motherfuckers, love that busted. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Make the job. Step up, sir. Come on. Come inside this motherfucker. Blow this spot down.
Come out. Tomorrow down. Get busy. Bizarre. Bizarro. Flow. With Mo Afro. Get Rollo. Coming to a fork in the road. Which way they go? Just follow. Left is the legend. Niggas are sleepy hollow. In fact, I'm a hard act to follow. I yell for YOLO. Bogart coming on through. Niggas is like, oh my God, not you.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. 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 Straight from the motherfuckers from that busted. If you want beef, then play the ruckus. Straight from the motherfuckers from that busted.
delicious. Any shit no sugars, right? Both of them are no sugars. So, and there we go, sir. There, your return.
She sees things as a way of leaving hell, but she won't kiss and tell. Brenda's baby was the love of her life. Then she lost it and left Christ. So she sees sex as a way of leaving hell. On her way up, she tripped and fell. Brenda lost her baby, it all collapsed. Now she's on her knees, but not at mass.
Daddy's little girl, alone in this cold world. Reality, you make your toes curl. She's an angel, but she's caught up in the devil's hole. So the trials and tribulations made her sell her soul. So confused, she can't close the open wounds. So consumed, nothing left but the smoke and fumes. Have you seen her lately? Hot like a pizza oven. I seen her meet with this pimp. I'm thinking he was Russian. They saying she's disgusting. I'm saying she's the judgment. Cause everybody plays the fool. She just needs some loving. A shell of herself. Far cry from days past. She used to be the flyest girl in Mrs. James' class. You better change fast before you order to a state max. Or your daughter choose the same path. You're hurting, you're lonely. Only you can stop the hell. It's when you realize you are not for sale.
Normally during the day, a lot of the workers and they take all those, so you can't get during the week. Yeah. You'd be lucky if you get in there during the week, but during the weekend you've got a better chance. come and they're arriving, they go, say, put the kettle on, we're here, or open the beer. And they go at all times of day and night.
Yep, yeah.
Well, I love you, Wu-Tang. Let Mr. Wu-Tang Clan or Misters, let them know that we can play your music for free. Tell them. Fucking tell them. Tell them fucking right. No one was listening, but we were enjoying it though. It was great. All right. I can find something else now. Not fucking not happy. Not fucking happy.
Pull the sign and everything out?
Yeah, or just bring the sign in. Yeah. I'll pull it back out for a little bit later when we get back. In a photo for a competition. She wanted to go in here and take some photos and for the competition.
Yeah.
But just be careful, there's a couple of pieces around here that are gifts to the community, but you want to use them for photo competitions and that, they may not consider that copyright, but copyright may be an issue. If they're okay with people coming and engaging in it, I'm okay with showing people, but you're using it for a purpose like that, I said,
Yeah.
I've got to be careful there. Because these are just gifts to this community. Not something that fucking people can go and use unless people say, I've got to be careful with the Airbnb, I want to get hold of Chris and Jesse and say, listen, the Airbnb, I've got some photos being done. You guys okay with them taking images of it if they ask them? If you're not, let me know, so I'll tell them they can't take images of it. Because I can take images myself and put it up and they can't use those images.
Yeah.
But if they take images of it, then they can use them. That's part of this deal.
Yeah.
They can use them images for marketing. And I mean, to be honest, it may be a good thing for Chris.
Yeah, he knows, eh?
So he's got to, but he has to weigh that up, not me.
Yeah.
And so with Jesse, it might be a good thing for Jesse and that to get, for some reason, maybe one of those images clicks the switches with Airbnb, go, oh fuck, we'll use that in a marketing campaign. Yes, you won't get any money for it, but a lot of people will see your work. But that's up to them.
Bugger off and leave my wallet sitting on the coffee table with fucking guests around.
Pretty relaxed place, isn't it? Mine's What was Posey Parker singing happened has created some conversation.
Yeah.
Which it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good, it's good.
Yes, it has made it pretty fucking obvious just how ridiculous it's got.
Oh, I can't find the fucking list since it's go. Can't find it. Oh, here you go, up the street. Where's our fucking don't play thing? Finish my beer. Which happens to be canned beer. Ooh. 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 Oh, it's so fucking weirdo bike rider looking at my ticket. I'm going, don't pick me up. Don't fucking booger. I've got to get my little sign. Do not touch.
Yeah. Especially not dodgy motherfuckers
Then I
like
can
that.
choose who picks them up.
Yeah. He was probably too shy.
Yeah, I wonder if they were waiting for me to choose them my 7 o'clock cut before they started making your one. He looked across at me and said, have you chosen yet? No, I was waiting for you to make it.
I don't know what the fuck is
Yeah,
going on.
yeah, and then as soon as I gave me an order, they made us both.
Yeah. Typical fucking always holding me up.
I try and do the right thing. I thought that was quite cool. I was holding you up.
Yeah, that's
Was
what I
that
said.
Len?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I thought you were talking about Len. Fuck! Oh.
No, Bethany can't do a thing
Oh.
wrong.
Oh, yeah, true.
Not when she's wearing those little short
So,
shorts.
so when you grab your glasses, you walking. Here comes puppy dog.
pockets in there.
Just so that, yeah, which, and it's just on the bottom of the sheet. Right.
I see how much that needs taking off. You would like to bend over. I'll put my face down there.
It's got these dummy sheets on the nose.
No, I should be getting better look.
Well,
second home, Allerdale, Scotland. Isn't it beautiful here? What's really
Australians will have their say to recognise Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the Constitution through an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice with a referendum this year. Well, joining me live is Robbie Katter, leader of the Australian Katter Party. Thank you so much for joining us. So let's talk about the voice, because we know that the voice will be an independent representative advisory body for First Nations peoples. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Janie. Well, first thing I'd like to say, my family's got a proud heritage of being representatives of the Gulf region, North Queensland. I've been up there since the 1890s, and really 4 generations of politics. And I'm very proud of the family. They said that one of the tributes they paid was our family employed the first Aboriginal people in controlling the shops and the stores, and they removed the segregation rails in the cinema as soon as they bought it. So we've got a proud history of trying to advance the prosperity of our first Australian people, particularly in the Gulf region. And we're very proud of that. And as fighters and people in the trenches, we see this as tokenistic and divisive, and I think perhaps counterproductive to people that are in the trenches trying to fight for the prosperity of these people. And time and time again we just see hypocrisy from the government in their application here. And we see ourselves as pretty strong voice already for these people, but it's a matter of getting people to listen.
Because you work with and you have friends, First Nations people, and you know, as you said, a third generation of your family being in politics. So what are you hearing from your friends and your co-workers?
Yeah, so I think there's probably a fair bit of indifference, and some people think probably a nice gesture, but I think really deep, really embedded in the DNA now, people in remote communities, whether you're black or white, Aboriginal, Chinese, whatever heritage you've got, and it's very mixed heritage up there. I think a lot of people are distrustful when academics and these privileged people from the cities, academics keep preaching to what we need to do to advance ourselves. Most of the time we know what to do up there. And I'm up in the Gulf, I would get 2 or 3 phone calls a day from the Gulf, particularly last few months, and I'm talking to people there all the time. I'm not saying I'm one of them, I speak to everyone, but I certainly go in pretty hard for them, and I think I'm a pretty effective politician. And I think I'm a pretty good voice for them right now, but they're telling me that there's other people who can do that a lot better. And I think a lot of people are very sceptical about what this delivers, and I think most people know intuitively that this is just more white men, talk from the cities, while in fact, there's Aboriginal academics and whatever floating around in seats in the capitals now as well, who are telling us what is best for us. And I know a lot of things we need to be doing now, and I'm presenting that to Parliament as we speak, and that's not being acted on. So I think we've got a pretty good voice up there already. I think some of those mayors and representatives do a terrific job, and some of those members of Parliament, they have a go, and I certainly think I'm pretty confident that putting that voice forward is getting people to listen, and already is the problem. And I think this is the government's way of disguising the fact that they don't listen and they don't act. We've got to pretend that the problem is that they need a voice.
And if we look at referendums in general, most of them fail. Out of the 44 that we've had, only 8 have gone through. And speaking to the Australian Electoral Commission today, they talk about the first hurdle and then the second hurdle. The second hurdle being that the Northern Territory and the ACT, those numbers don't even get a look in. So it sounds confusing. It sounds, there's just so much to it. And I think a lot of people are certainly supportive of Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander people. There's not really much question there, but I think the question for many people is, what is this question going to be, and what will it do?
Yeah, I think the Labor government at both level in Queensland, where I am, and at the national level, I think they're trying to prey on people's guilt. I think there's some terrific, I'm sure there's some terrific people, some of our first Australians that are pushing for, to get better outcomes, and they're behind this cause, and that they see it as a benefit. But as you just pointed out, there's some failures in the actual political process of how this works. But at the end of the day, I feel I'm someone that's pretty well qualified economist that is in the trenches now. I'm focused on trying to get title deeds so that an Aboriginal person in Australia can own a home in their own community. That's a right they don't have right now. Both successive Liberal Labor governments don't deny them that privilege of being able to own their own house in this country, which is pure socialism, and they're denied that right, and they're denied adequate hospital services. I was taking phone calls last weekend to a lady up in the Gulf country that hadn't been fed a breakfast in the hospital as of 90 years old. So the hospital conditions are just absolutely diabolical. The health conditions, the grocery prices, and I'm paid $200 or $300 a week for my grocery bill. They'll pay up to $500 a week, and on the lowest income levels of Queensland and the Aboriginal communities I represent, they've got enormous problems right now. So we need to deliver title deeds, an opportunity, remove the barriers to get into work. We need to get housing going. We need to improve the health system, and like I said, reduce those grocery prices. They're the things. They're the things I'm interested in hearing about. This nebulous idea of divorce that's going to solve everything. I think that can only distract us for the next 5 or 10 years from focusing. It gives the government an excuse to not deliver on the things and get on the ground where we're needed and where we desperately need some help to help these people advance. But, just as recent as 2 weeks ago, I put a bill into Parliament, into the Queensland Parliament, that was simply about getting access to jobs in those communities by virtue of giving the decision-making away from someone in Brisbane to someone back in those Aboriginal communities. That was what I figured is the essence of the voice, and Labor Party in Queensland said, we can't pass this because if you do that, you'll sacrifice, you'll compromise the outcomes in those communities. And that was their point in the debate. So it just proves the hypocrisy, and if there's one thing I will not tolerate in this debate is the hypocrisy. I will not be told that I have to do that and have guilt about this when I'm there working for these issues now. We have a voice right now. I think there's a lot of great Aboriginal leaders and mayors up there. They're all telling me and gave me that legislation to put in Parliament. I put it there and voted down. So they're already telling people, look, we like having your ideas, but we don't actually accept them in Parliament. It's already been tried and failed, and I will not tolerate the hypocrisy forced on us, and I think the whole thing's been railroaded by the left, by the agenda that just wants to drive this stuff into us, and I think it's unfortunate for a lot of the well-meaning advocates of, Aboriginal people and First Australians that they've been hijacked through this to say that this is the
they sound nice. It's a shame that there's no fucking avocado with it.
I think that's
Because that looks fucking tasty.
I think that's pretty clear.
Well, you're not the biggest avocado fan.
No, but I can understand we're one nation and we need to move all together. So,
what they replace it with?
Deeply embedded up there. I'm not going to say I speak for everyone in the Gulf and the Aboriginal community I represent, but I certainly do care for them like most Australians, and we do want to change those outcomes. I think most Australians are really heavily invested in that, but it's about getting right to what those issues are and making those practical outcomes, not some nebulous idea that's going to solve everything. I think we need to focus on the practical things, and that's what I try and focus on with the party that I represent, and that's where we remain focused. And this stuff is just a sideshow for the politicians and the elites and the academics from the capitals that want to feel like they're doing something.
And Robbie, it's estimated that this referendum is going to cost $400 million. We have to wrap it up, unfortunately, but just quickly, what do you think will be the ramifications if the voice is a no from Australia?
I think it'll be exactly the same as if it's a yes. We'll be fighting for title deeds in those communities so that people can get a bank loan for a business or a buy cattle. I'll still be fighting for against humanity heart disease, lower grocery prices, and proper health outcomes in those regions. I'll still be fighting for exactly the same thing. So do the same people in those communities I talk to every day. And everyone, it'll be people in Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, and Melbourne that all get to feel good or bad about themselves. Pretty irrelevant to what we do up there. We'll keep fighting the fight, and at the end of the day, it won't be that relevant to us.
I feel like the chicken parmesan, but I also think that could be quite nice. But that's
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi,
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show looking at increasing tensions between the United States and Russia.
How much data does Miss Six use watching toys being unboxed? She's happy now, but when the rest of the house jumps online, their internet could max out and it could be tears before bedtime. So, make sure you've got enough internet right here.
I've been thinking about the future. Oh, we've got such an exciting future ahead of us, haven't we? If only I had a crystal ball and could see it completely perfectly, but, you know, I've almost kind of got a crystal ball, really, because the government, the benevolent, kind and generous government, have sort of been, well, they've been working almost overtime with their mates at the WEF, you know, the World Economic Forum, all those jolly nice people you've seen on oTg and computer screens recently, and those at the WHO, no, not the Doctor Who, the World Health Organization, those that want to sort of take our sovereignty and tell us what they're going to do. It's fantastic. We've got a wonderful future. And if you don't know anything about it, well, fortunately, I've written it all down, and we can have a little run through some of the exciting and wonderful things that we've got planned, well, they've got planned. So let's have a little look then, shall we? Now, we're all reeling, aren't we, after all that dreadful time with that virus. Do you remember that virus? I mean, I know it was 3 years ago, but sometimes it's so easy to forget these things. The virus was buzzing about, we couldn't go outside, we were all locked up, remember? It was awful, wasn't it? Thank goodness we'll never have anything like that. And how wonderful the government, the lovely benevolent government that I often refer to, came out with this magic solution that we were going to be able to have, an injection that we could put into our bodies and it would save us. They were so insistent that we had this and that we didn't have to bother with any other treatment that's already on the shelf. We had to just wait for them to develop it, and then pretty much everybody, I mean, there can't be very many people who didn't have that wonderful medical intervention. Maybe me, I didn't have it, I was a bit stupid there. Oh, golly, I wish I had. And then all the boosters and all of that, and all that mandating that almost lose your job if you didn't have it, and those passports they came out. They thought of everything to make sure that they saved us. And didn't they do a grand job? It was a bit of a shame that, of course, a few people, very inconvenient people, were having issues with this wonderful, magical intervention that they shoved into our bodies. You know, those people who are having heart attacks, how thoughtless of them. Or those people who had strokes and just would sort of collapse on the floor. Or those with blood clots. I mean, it was very irritating. I mean, you know, we started to see, well, there was one chap, I mean, he made a right nuisance of himself. Do you remember that? What was his name? There was an MP and he stood up. His name was Andrew somebody or other. Can't remember. Made a complete nuisance of himself. Stood up. Luckily, everybody else didn't listen to him in the House of Commons. They didn't want to debate any of the harms that came with this incredibly beneficial and marvellous medical intervention. So they've just been ignoring him, you know, and that's probably the right thing to do, isn't it? I would imagine that's what they would say anyway. Although he did have a point, you know, a lot of people did seem to get harmed by it, but anyway, let's not worry about that too much. Let's think about the future, because it's such a bright, wonderful future. And there's so many things they've got lined up. So, number one on here is those digital IDs. Now, do you know what a digital ID is? That's like a unique number that's given to you on a digital, you know, ones and zeros, you know how it all works. And it means that the government will find out every single damn thing about you, and they'll keep it on their computer. So if you've been brushing your teeth and you've got the wrong toothbrush, or you've got an eye test and it's got a bit funny, or you've got a little bit of lumbago, and all your health records, your dental records, your hair brushing records, everything really about you, even if you've been online looking at naughty stuff that you shouldn't do, they'll know about it, which is very handy, because when you've got a complaint with, I don't know, the Inland Revenue, or perhaps you've got some problem with the council tax, or any of those things, a parking ticket, you'll be able to log on ever so easily and identify yourself just by this magical digital number. And it will make it so easy. And anybody in the government, anybody at all, and even the government's friends and third-party people that they have that, will be able to find out exactly who you are and everything about you. They'll be able to look at that incredibly long list of information they've gathered about you and know exactly what it is they need to talk to you about, whilst also having a look at your other bits and pieces, just, you know, for curiosity's sake. So that's a very useful thing, isn't it, that digital ID? And no doubt that will also mean that you'll need it to sort of, I don't know, log on to the internet at some point, that if you don't give them and don't participate in it, you won't be able to log on to the internet. So it'll be very handy for ISPs and, I don't know, other people to find out all your information and everything about you, which, to be honest, they pretty much do anyway these days. The other thing to look forward to, and it's going to be very exciting, I can't wait for this, is these 15-minute cities where everything will be around and available to you within 15 minutes. And the great thing is, they're going to make sure you don't have any cars in the way, so you can walk and cycle, and you can go down to your hospital, because it will be within 15 minutes, and your fire station, that'll be within 15 minutes, and all the schools, they'll be within 15 minutes, and everything the council offices, they'll be within 15 minutes. Everything you could possibly want will be within 15 minutes. And the shops, of course, they'll be there within 15 minutes, and there'll be nothing on the roads. And they're already doing some of these tests. I don't know whether you've seen the trials in Oxford where they're putting these enormous great planters, great big planters in the way to prevent the cars from getting down the road. How marvellous that is. No one wants those horrible stinking cars going down. It's far better, you know, particularly if you've got a bit of a gammy leg and you've got a Zimmer frame or something like that. You can walk and cycle, and it will be so much easier carrying those heavy bags all by yourself and unable to sort of get in a taxi or on a bus or on a van or anything, because there won't be any cars. You see, it's so nice and the air will be ever so clean. So that's really handy to be in those 15-minute cities and unable to go anywhere else. Marvellous, I can't wait, it'll be just lovely. And of course, one of the other things that are going to be exciting, and how useful that will be when you're stuck in that 15-minute city, is those central bank digital currencies. Now, don't tell me you've not heard of the central bank digital currency. Oh my! Think of the advantage of not having to carry all that heavy cash and all those fiat currency. Now, I'm not talking about the cars, I'm talking about the notes, you know, those notes, the £10 notes, those £5 notes, those £50 notes. So difficult to hold on to in a wind when they just blow around all over the place. No, you won't have to worry about that. You can have your digital currency on the phone. Yes. So instead of having things done, transactions done in private, where if you want to buy something from somebody and it's in cash and nobody need know, and you just go, oh, there's the money, mum's the word, like we used to do. How boring is that? I want everybody to know. I especially want the government to know and the banks to know, because that's the advantage of digital currency, the special new central bank digital currency that comes with a sort of social credit. So if you've said something online on some social media thing where you've maybe criticised the government, heaven forbid you do that, but if you were stupid enough, or you said something about some personality on the television, you know, something like that, or you made a statement that was a bit anti-woke and anything like that, you know, you said something about, I don't know, transgenderism or any kind of religiosism or any of those sort of things. Well, of course, that would be linked to your central bank digital currency. And then that would mean that there you are going to buy something, perhaps you want to buy some petrol so that you can escape the 15-minute city. The central bank people will be able to watch you actually do it in real time and say, let's stop him from doing that because he's been a naughty boy. Or a naughty girl, of course. So that's one of the advantages of the central bank digital currency. How lovely is that? I'm very much looking forward to it. Because all this, of course, is there to do with this global warming thing. You've obviously heard of global warming. And if you haven't heard of global warming, come on, they've been telling about that for about 30 or 40 years. Where have you been? Oh, yes, I know they've been saying that global warming is going to happen and we're all going to drown in a horrible, agonising swamp in 10 years, and then 10 years pass, and then we actually haven't drowned in a horrible thing, or the planet hasn't sort of burnt up, or the Maldives haven't actually disappeared over water, and then they come up with another 10 years and say, no, don't panic, it's in the next 10 years, don't worry, it will happen, we're all very excited, we can't wait for it to happen, the planet will burn up, and we'll all be sizzling, and all our skin will fall off, and all of that sort of stuff. And then we get so disappointed, don't we, when the ice caps don't actually melt, or the polar bears don't actually starve to death. And in fact, I understand there are more polar bears than ever before at the moment, because this damn global warming doesn't seem to be actually coming along. My goodness, I wish it would hurry up, because then we could get much more into this net zero thing, you know, the net zero, which is about trying to get rid of all that carbon dioxide, all that awful carbon dioxide. I hate it so much, I breathe it out every time I speak. I'm breathing out some now. Get rid of it, horrible stuff. I know it has an advantage for plants and trees and things like that, and that helps the food grow, but my goodness, you know, that's why we expel it, don't we, when we breathe out horrible, horrible, nasty carbon dioxide, the gas of life. Who needs it? In fact, I would like to see it completely eradicated, get rid of life altogether. It would be so much better, wouldn't it? Yeah, so net zero is obviously something that we desperately, desperately need to get to. And if we manage to get to all of that, of course, one of the things that contributes to it are these wretched animals that we farm. Oh, aren't they awful? Farting about, causing methane. That's another of these global gases that are terrible for the greenhouse effect in the planet. So we need to get shot of those, definitely. Get rid of all of that. We don't want any of that farming. We just have plant food and, of course, the new diet. Oh, I can't wait. Insects and bugs. How delicious will that be? Being mashed up, you know, so you don't have to look at their little bug eyes as you put them into your mouth, and then put into the food chain in all sorts of processed foods. Of course, they will label it, you know, in big letters saying you are about to eat insects, or these bug-eyed bars are delicious. Lovely chocolate bug-eyed bar, be lovely. It may actually be in some Latin or something, which is a little harder to detect, but it will be labelled, so you will know when you're eating a little bit of, you know, antenna of an ant or a mealworm. It'll soon fill you up, and, you know, all that protein's good for you, isn't it? Something else that they're doing with the animals, of course, is this new genetic treatment that's just been passed. I don't know whether you're aware of that. Precision breeding. Yes, they can take the genome, whatever that is, out of one animal, manipulate it a little bit, and then shove it back, and the animal will be, well, somewhat different. I'm not quite sure whether it'll have 2 heads, 3 tails, 15 arms, all of that, 101 different sort of teats, it may do, and give us more milk and various things. It sounds, I know it sounds a bit Frankenstein-like, but I'm sure it'll be absolutely healthy, and it will save us having to farm in a more natural and wholesome and holistic way. Nobody wants that old-fashioned stuff, do they? Give us the new technology. It's far, far more interesting. So we've got that, and then when you go to the supermarket to buy all of this stuff, well, already they've installed these biometric cameras, you know, at the self-service tills as you go in there, and the camera is looking at your face rather than your hands, making sure you don't nick anything, because they don't care whether you nick anything anymore, because they've got your facial recognition technology. They know exactly who you are the minute you walk in. And of course they've stored that, and no doubt that's linked with the central bank digital currency, so they can keep a track on you and surveil you wherever you go. Must be fantastic. Have those cameras monitoring you? Well, you can imagine. Everybody loves putting their pictures on Instagram and Facebook and all these other places. And now we'll be able to put those pictures on some internal dark sort of database when we go to the supermarkets or walk down the street or wherever we go. Even our phones are doing it when we're not even looking at it. Or our laptops, the new technology, facial recognition. It's a marvellous technology. I can't wait for my face to be proudly there presented to them. The other thing that's exciting coming up, talking about mobile phones and things, are these wonderful alerts. I don't know why they didn't think of them before. These are the emergency alerts. Now, there's a wonderful day, what's it called? St. George's Day, 23rd of April. So coming up very soon. And around about early evening, our phones are going to start making a very chilling noise, a sort of very bright, dazzling, and all of that, and it's going to be telling us, this is the government. We are doing a test, making sure you're aware that we're here. We are on your side. Oh, it's ever so nice. It's kind of a bit like 1984. What a lovely book that was. So they're going to be testing a new system of magic alerts that are going to start. You might be a bit worried when you first get them, but you'll soon get used to them. I'm sure they'll be telling us what to do every 2 weeks. An alert will go and tell you to do this and tell you to do that. It's marvellous, isn't it, that they can tell us what to do at any time, whenever they like. I think that's going to be fantastic. We know that, of course, one of the things that we're preparing for, because warehouses all over the world now are storing up with big, huge crates of medicine. I think it's called Palmavir, but it's not palm olive or any of that, or palm oil or any of those things. Palmavir, I think. Big crates of it. Airline pilots have been shunting this about because they're preparing for a new pandemic. Yes, and this is the medicine that will cure it. Because they know that somehow, I don't know, they must have got the crystal ball, of course, they know that very soon there's going to be bird flu pandemic and we'll all get locked down in our houses. And these alerts will be very handy for us to be locked down, and then they'll be able to tell us to go back to the hospital and have another little medical intervention, which I'm a bit worried about the side effects, you know, in fact, where your skin goes blotchy and you get disorientated and you start raving and ranting, a bit like me now, really. Not that I've had the bird flu yet, but I'm very much looking forward to having it. It must be wonderful, wonderful, although obviously for birds and for humans it's not so good. Another thing, I know the list is ever so long, and I will try and get to the end of it. The other thing is, of course, all the banks are going to collapse because we've seen the runs on the banks, and we've heard how a number of big banks have collapsed, and it seems that all our money is going to be disappearing. But don't worry, we've got those central bank digital currencies to look forward to. We're all going to be driving electric cars, which will be very nice, and we'll have electricity in the house. Well, we've got electricity in the house already, but all the old gas stuff will be, we don't want any of that polluting gas and all of that nonsense. Everything will be on electricity, and there's plenty of wind. In fact, it's raining and it's dull today, so the solar panels aren't working terribly well. But there is a bit of wind, so at least the windmills are going round, which is very handy. And they're all very, you know, environmental, apart from when they sort of run out of energy and you have to bury all that concrete and all that metal and start again, and all of that. And the batteries, of course, for the electric cars, all very environmental, apart from those poor kids in sort of third worlds or whatever worlds it is, where they're down in the mines trying to get the cobalt out and all those precious metals. But of course we don't care about them, do we? Of course we don't. As long as we've got those wonderful electric cars that we can go shooting about. Although, of course, they want us in 15-minute cities and they don't want the cars in there, so I'm not quite sure how that works with these electric cars. Perhaps we'll have the electric cars. We'll spend all the money that we don't have on the electric cars, and then maybe they'll take them away. I haven't quite worked out how that works. But very exciting, very exciting. We don't have to worry too much about that. After all, we've got a generation of kids going to school now in which they're using fingerprint technology to pay for their dinners. And of course we've got almost some sort of surveillance system on the children being kept with those, what is it called, class something or other. I did an interview with a lady and she was having a moan about how awful it was that the kids were being tracked and traced and everything about them, a bit like how the government have got the digital IDs. But it doesn't really matter, is it? Because that's our future. We're all very excited about our future. It's all going to be good, isn't it? Under the control of the government. We will be more like children than ever before, and the government and the authorities will be more like parents. We won't have to think for ourselves. We can just sit in front of these great big screens and experience life from a chair with perhaps the artificial intelligence doing everything for us. It's going to be marvellous. So there you are. That's what's going on in the world. And if you want to find out a bit more about that, a mate of mine has started a podcast. I'll leave the link in the description called What's Going On, in which we just have a moan about some of these things, although I'm really excited because I can't wait for my world, my wonderful world, to be shrunken right down so that I barely ever leave my home and I'm told what to do by the authority. Somehow I feel that's really a really exciting future. Anyway, just thought I'd tell you a little bit about it. Really?
A performance that truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. Coming to Wellington and Auckland, April 13th to the 23rd. Shenyun.com.
You should accept yourself just the way you are. What does that say about who I should become? Is that just now off the table because I'm already good enough in every way? So am I done or something? Get the hell up. Get your act together. Adopt some responsibility. Put your life together. Develop a vision. Unfold all those manifold possibilities that lurk within. Be a force for good in the world, and that'll be the adventure of your life.
The world's falling birth rate isn't on the list of major threats to life as we know it, but it soon will be. Taxes are precedent is sore, pension systems will become unsustainable, while our healthcare systems won't be able to cope with the ratio of old people to take care of compared to the shrinking number of taxpayers. Businesses will struggle to find workers to hire, school closures will accelerate, while social care will continue to be slashed.
And they say it's an economic time bomb.
I'm worried about the birth rates. Most people think we have like too many people on the planet, but actually this is an outdated view. I think that the biggest problem the world will face in 20 years is population collapse. Collapse. I want to emphasize this. The biggest issue in 20 years will be population collapse.
Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Mr. Stephen J. Shaw. Stephen is a British national who has studied and lived on 3 continents. He trained as a computer engineer and then as a data scientist before starting his first film project, Birth Gap, at age 49. He maintains the position of president of the data analytics company he co-founded, Autometrics Analytics LLC. Stephen holds an MBA graduate business degree from ISG in Paris, France, and he's continuing his studies at the Harvard Extension School. Looking very much forward today to delving into the issue of declining birth rates and population collapse, something that's not particularly on everyone's radar, and the issue of the invisible epidemic of unplanned childlessness.
Why are people having so few children? The more I read about falling birth rates, everything was negative. You enter a downward spiral. As you have fewer and fewer children, you have fewer and fewer future mothers, which in turn goes on and on and on. And no society in history has been known to come out of that spiral.
So I'm talking today with Stephen J. Shaw, who's produced a documentary, Birth Gap, that was originally released in its first version in 2021, later version in 2022, and he's been spending an awful lot of time delving into this particular problem. And so we're going to walk through what he's learned. Good to see you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Hey, thanks for agreeing to talk. So let's start with your background. We could walk through what you've been up to biographically, first of all, to situate it, and then you can expand on that to the degree that you're willing and able. So
historically, for the last 20 years, I've been involved in data analytics, what we now call data science. I'm a part statistician, part coder, worked with some great academics and PhDs that we have on staff in coming up with academic models, forecasting models for industries, mainly in the automotive sector. We try and do short-term forecasting. What might people purchase? What should car companies build? What should they market? What should they do for incentives? Down to a very minute level.
This is a private venture?
It is.
And so it's a corporation that offers these services?
Yeah, it's a small niche corporation that's been offering services to the world's largest corporations for 20 years.
And how did you get involved in that?
It was a startup in London 20 years ago. I personally moved to the US we got a contract with Nissan North America, took me to LA, and following that, I spent like 15 years following that company hands-on until around 2015. Bizarrely, and I should explain, I'm a lifelong learner. I got accepted into Harvard Extension School to become a degree candidate to keep my data science skills up to date. And I was presented with some data that I just couldn't believe on falling birth rates. So as someone who is involved in forecasting, albeit short-term forecasting, realizing that we've got this fundamental problem with birth rates that's ultimately going to affect, well, not just the number of potential car buyers. I mean, that's the smallest problem in this overall, but that was, something I felt almost ashamed of. Why do I know this? And then you expand that to what is this going to mean for the planet? And as a father of 3, my 3 children were just about still teenagers then, I felt a sense of failure that I hadn't been preparing my children for the world they were about to enter we all, I think, are led into the belief that sure that the world's population is growing, perhaps exponentially still. That's what I would have said at that time, based on what I was learning. And I had no idea that the actual dynamics of everything from how work is going to be like, to how society is going to be like, to how pension systems are going to be like, is fundamentally flawed. And at that moment, I realized something's wrong because, you know what? The same trend was showing up for Germany and Italy and Japan.
South Korea.
Yeah, well, South Korea was just a little bit later, which is interesting. But something triggered in the early 1970s in Japan, Germany, Italy, and you can add Spain, Portugal, Switzerland, Austria, to cause a series of parallel trends. And yet, what I was reading from experts was that these are localized problems. That Japan, it's work-life balance. That in Germany, it's something called Rebenmutter, which is the idea that in parts of Germany, even today, for a woman to have a child and go straight back to work is really something that culturally shouldn't be done. So that might cause some people to delay parenthood. In Spain and Italy, it was down to high unemployment among the youth. Other areas, it was gender balance, etc. So all these localized reasons were being proposed. For me, as a data scientist, you could see clearly, and if I can give you an analogy, it's one of your own. You were talking to Lex Friedman, you talked about the dragon, I think, in terms of the environment context. If someone finds a dragon and they scream, there's a dragon. And I love the analogy, and I since saw that you use dragons quite a lot, so I thought I might too. It's like you found this little dragon in Japan, and the same kind of dragon in Germany, Italy, at the same moment in time, and they're starting to get bigger. And I saw.
So they're lizards to begin with.
Right. I mean, they're tiny. They're the size of a kitten, I think, is the analogy I saw. And they're getting bigger, and then suddenly they're appearing in other neighboring countries, and it's growing from there. So the idea that these are localized issues to me just did not make sense.
So why do you think you were struck to begin with by the fact that birth rates were plateauing or declining? I mean, because the typical response to that would be either, so what, there's too many people on the planet anyways, or actually it's a net good. So now you said you're in a private company. Now, I should let everybody watching, listening know that one of the markers for the trustworthiness of a data analytic company is that people will actually pay for their information. And so, it doesn't necessarily mean that a private data analytic company is credible, but it does mean at least that they've been able to demonstrate their credibility enough so that they have paying customers, and that's not an easy thing to manage. And so you were doing short-term forecasting that was integrated into the capitalist economy, let's say, to help people plan their product development and so forth. But you came across this data at a much broader level indicating a plateauing birth rate or population growth. Why did that disturb you? Why did you think that was a problem?
Because birth rates less than replacement level spiral downwards. They never stop. If you have fewer children that are required to replace the parents' generation, once that generation grows up, they will, unless birth rates change, which they don't historically, they stay low once you're low, you're going to have fewer people again.
So you see it as a positive feedback loop.
It is. And when you then look up, well, what you want to find examples of societies coming from low birth rates going back to replacement level, and you realize there are no examples. In fact, there's no historical examples anywhere. And so
do we have enough of a historical track to consider that a concern?
In modern times, if you look at the number of countries who've fallen to birth rates of 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, when you have no single example of a country going back to replacement level, we should be concerned. In fact, we should be very concerned.
Right. I know places like Quebec, for example, in Canada, with very, very low birth rate, have tried to institute government policies that, for example, make daycare in principle more accessible to young women and young families, although that's had pretty much zero impact on outcome. I know that Hungary has put forward a series of policy transformations on the family support front, and my stopped the birth rate decrease and increased it slightly. So that's the only, I mean, Quebec, it didn't work at all. Hungary, it looks like there's some minor, they're still way below replacement, so it hasn't rectified the problem in any sense.
Here's the deal. The government keeps raising rates because it's the only tool they have to keep inflation under control, and it's not working. You can't spend your way out of inflation. You've seen the impact on the stock market, and you've seen the impact on your savings. Hedge inflation by owning gold, whether physical gold and silver in your safe or through an IRA in precious metals, where you can hold real gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. Buy gold and get a free safe to store it in. That's right, on qualifying purchases from Birch Gold Group now through March 31st, they'll ship a free safe directly to your door. Just text Jordan to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold and to claim eligibility for your free safe. Then talk to one of their precious metals specialists. That's Jordan to 989898 today.
What's fascinating about Hungary, what I wanted to do was look at something much deeper than the typical birth rate numbers that we see today. I'm trying to change that. If you look deeper, you can find data that if you merge together, which I don't believe anyone had ever done before, it gives you two measures. One is of societal childlessness, and the other is family structure. So the traditional way to measure childlessness is to wait till women are 45 usually, and have some surveys, maybe a census. So you're waiting to the end of the fertility window and counting them then. What I wanted to see was, what is societal childlessness today? If there's a reduction in the number of women starting to have families compared to what you would expect, we should be able to track that now. So looking at Hungary, which I've just been doing recently, was fascinating. They're giving huge incentives for people to have 3 and 4 children. But the family structure in Hungary is not changing at all. At all. What is changing, which may or may not be linked, it's associated in some way, but causal we don't know, is the childlessness rate in Hungary does seem to be going down. More people look like they're starting to have families. And what happens then is, when people start their families, they go on, because family structure is locked in globally. That's another finding.
And so what do you mean? So we'll go in two directions. What do you mean? What are you speaking about when you're expressing your concerns about family structure?
Well, family structure basically is the percentage of women. We say women because we've got so much data on women, but really we should think of men and women. The proportion of women, couples, who have 1 child, or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, or more. And if you take data for Japan, and you look at 1973, right before the fall in birth rates, the percentages of women having 1, 2, 3, 4 are identical today as they were then. 6% of women in 1973 were having 4 or more children. Today, it's the exact same number, 6%. So our focus has been completely, we've been in a fog looking at overall birth rates. What you find is in Japan in 1974, interesting year, an explosion in childlessness, which went from 3% to 6% to 15 to 21 to 30+% in the space of about 4 years. The same in Italy, the same in Germany.
In 4 years.
In 4 years. It's a shock. It was what I call a baby shock. And then if you look at Korea, South Korea, which you mentioned earlier, if we take South Korea, mid-90s, right in the midst of a currency shock, you see childless rates were already maybe 15% there. Suddenly it goes up to, I believe, 30%, and now it's sort of 40%.
And this is childless at what age?
Well, when I estimate childlessness, I'm taking for the given population of women, the number of births you'd expect to have at any age, and saying, how many first-time mothers were there? And when you count up the number of first-time mothers of any age group, and look at the overall population structure, you can see, well, wait a minute, there's a gap opening up here compared to the number you would expect. So this is like age agnostic in a sense.
Okay.
And as a measure, people say, well, some of those women might, there might be a boom in the future. People might be just delaying, but that doesn't happen. There's no example of those booms ever happening. So it seems to be we've got this cycle going on that people are pulled quite quickly into this what I call world of unplanned childlessness. If I can, I've had to coin quite a few phrases and explain. I should explain what I mean by unplanned childlessness. If you look at surveys, look at research, the vast majority of people want children. It's a need. And some don't. That's clear.
What percentage do, approximately?
I'm estimating around 5% don't. There have been Gallup polls in the US done.
Is that different between men and women?
I don't have that data.
Okay. So 5% you figure are out of the game?
Yes.
By voluntary choice?
Yes.
Right. And what percentage are childless?
Well, right now we're looking at 30 to 40% in most developed nations. So the vast majority, 80% it's estimated in studies. And I think this...
So that's that involuntary childlessness. Yeah, I've been thinking about that lately. We have this notion for men of involuntary celibacy, incels. We don't have a term that's as at hand for involuntary childlessness among women, and it hasn't been recognized as what would you call it, a universal social problem. But you just said 5% of women don't want children, but 30% don't have them. And so there's a huge gap there between desire and reality.
I think, frankly, I believe it's the biggest societal problem that we have, and it's hiding because we haven't recognized it. And if you find people, as I did making a documentary, people who are struggling, 30s, late 30s, women particularly, but men too, who've given up in their 40s, and they're opening their heart to you with a level of what they call grief.
Yeah.
And in English language, grief is used for one particular context. It's not necessarily used normally for something you never had.
Yeah.
I think in other languages there are terms that encompass that, but it's the same emotion. And I've been pulled into conversations where I have frankly been brought myself to the depths of understanding the suffering from these people who thought they were going through life, getting the education probably, starting a career path probably, thinking that, well, you know what, I'm not 30 yet, I've got time to meet a partner.
Yeah.
And then getting to the point of often there is no partner, or that biology gets in the way.
Yeah, well, it turns out that life is shorter than people think. You know, I've had clinical clients who have followed that path, and some of them were women who had initially decided that they didn't want to have children, and then changed their minds quite dramatically in their late 20s, which is a very common pattern, and then couldn't have children, and it was just absolutely disastrous for them. They were often on the artificial fertility route for 10 years with multiple miscarriages and failures on that front, and it's a bloody dismal outcome.
Do you want to have children?
Sim. Gostaria de ter tido um filho há 5 anos atrás. Gostaria. Mas não aconteceu. Mas gostaria sim. Gostaria de ter tido antes. Poder ter tido filho antes. 20代の頃にもっと
For 60 years, there's too many people on the planet, and it's just not a bad thing at all if we stop reproducing in this manner. And if the price we have to pay for reduction in the number of excess mouths to feed is that there are some unhappy women, so be it. What do you think about this at a sociological or political or economic level?
Well, first of all, I think that's a terribly sad thing to contemplate, that we have to somehow enforce perhaps lifelong grief and sadness on a subset of society who were mostly unlucky enough not to have the children they wanted to have for the sake of the planet, when there are other
hypothetical sake, hypothetical planet, at some future time.
At some future time. And to me, the first thing, my reaction, the strong reaction, isn't there another way, if that's right? And then you look at data, there was a report in Nature last year on the overall footprint by age group. Quite a number of scientists put their name to it, and it's extreme situations. So let's imagine that from tomorrow, only half of the births happen for some crazy reason. That 8% of total emissions or footprint would go down to 4% in 30 years' time. This is going to have almost no impact for decades, at a time when I think we have to find other solutions as much as they're needed to solve problems that are out there. So the idea that we're going to inflict this pain, deep personal suffering, pain in people, and perhaps be pleased about it, as I know some people are, I think is terribly sad. I think it might be that, to come back, I would like to clarify that for those people who don't have the desire, I consider myself a pan-natalist. If you don't want to have children, I will be your biggest supporter to say that's fine. And I think there might be a misunderstanding in society for some people who perhaps don't share that desire, who perhaps can't quite understand how fundamental this desire is.
Yeah, well, most people who are in that boat are being willfully blind, in my experience. And so the idea that there are reasons to not want to have children, one reason is an overwhelming self-centered narcissism. That's not the only reason, but it's definitely one reason. And people talk about, the interference with their personal freedom and their desire to pursue their career. And in that, I read something like the absolute inability to ever sacrifice your own narrow self-interest, and I do mean narrow, to the what would you say, concerns and needs of other people. So, it's interesting to me that it's 5% that don't want children, and that the rate of that kind of self-centered narcissism is about 4 to 5% too. Now, I am not saying that everyone who decides not to have children falls into that category, but I am saying that a fair number of people who don't want children fall into that category. I mean, if you think about it biologically, every single one of your maternal ancestors for 3.5 billion years reproduced successfully, and it might be that you're the exception to that rule, but if you are, you should think long and hard about why. You also might want to think long and hard about why, given that it's likely to have a pretty damn detrimental effect on your life. It's all fine to be fancy, free, and footloose when you're 30 and 35, but it's a lot less amusing when you're 50, and it might be downright dreadful by the time you're, let's say, 65. So, all right. So, on the population front now, we talked a little bit about the psychological catastrophe of involuntary childlessness. I'm curious too about the social and economic consequences. So, as you get a demographic bulge, more and more older people and fewer younger people, obviously you have fewer people to take care of the older people. But I also have never really read anything pertaining to models of real estate value collapse, because it doesn't take very long, if there are more houses than there are people, for the value of real estate to fall to what? To nothing? I mean, that's what happened in Detroit. It basically fell to nothing. I mean, Detroit has recovered to some degree, but we don't know at all what the world would look like if real estate values fell to virtually nothing, especially because that's where most people put their retirement value. So what do you foresee happening on the political and economic front, given the shift towards the elderly demographically? We're going to see it in China first, right? Clearly.
Well, Japan too.
Japan.
One of the reasons I moved to live in Japan is to be close to. I wanted to feel this problem. I wanted to be able to see it and almost touch it, and you can there. But you mentioned Detroit. I spent many years living in the suburbs of Detroit, and right around the time I was looking to start this project, that I was able to drive around the streets of Detroit and see street after street after street of tens and tens of thousands of decaying houses.
Yeah.
I remember one day driving along, and there was a house, and these were nice houses,
right,
back in the day,
right,
still spacious, and there was a young family having a picnic outside one of these houses, and it was the perfect setting, you might say, in every context, except every other house in the street looked like they were completely vacant, dilapidated. Around that time, listening to local Detroit news every night, it was crime, it was street lights that weren't functioning, it was lack of safety, it was lack of functioning actually of basic utilities. It was infrastructure and bridges that the city couldn't afford. And of course, in 2013, it went bankrupt. So I had this backdrop to knowing what was happening to Detroit as a city. And you're right about property value. Around that time, you could buy significant property in Detroit for $10,000.
Yeah.
You probably couldn't go there to ever see it because it wasn't safe at that time.
Right.
And you're right, Detroit has come back. So in some ways, it is a
Well,
temple.
they demolished huge tracts of houses.
But how do you do that when half the houses are still occupied? You go through this period of time, unless you're going to say to people, everybody move 3 streets over now, and you do that every few years, you can't easily go into neighborhoods and start moving things back to nature, which is what Detroit's doing. You can individual houses, but you still have these scars of the empty spaces over there. And I show some of this in the documentary. So the idea, people, I was on a podcast, Chris Williamson's recently, and it was the first time I got a sense of the comments that people make, and many people were sharing these deep personal stories about their life to do with unplanned childlessness.
Yeah.
Others were sharing concerns about whether they'd ever become grandparents, and so, but a lot of people were saying, well, this is just about economics. Who cares? This is just about big corporations suffering. Who cares? I think people need to understand this is going to impact everybody. Everybody's life. If you're living in an area where there's literally decay, dilapidation all around you, and the taxes that you're paying to your city or your municipality aren't covering the basic infrastructure, no one's going to escape from this. I think people don't understand that. So in my case, understanding life in Detroit, and again, I really love the city, and it's great. I love the people. I love the way it is starting to come back. But that experience, I think, really spoke to me that we really need to think about what this means. When you talk about the socioeconomic, the economics, go beyond the city and the property values. It's the pension funds, it's the social welfare funds that people think. I think I did too at the time, that the retirement, the cost to maintain each of us in a retirement is basically what the government or someone's been saving for when we get to that age.
Yeah, right.
It's not. What we're paying
That's
now.
a bargain with the future.
That's a bargain.
Yeah.
You're covering the people who are retired now.
What the government has put away for us is debt.
Debt.
Yeah. There's no savings.
And then
There's a promise.
Right. And then the debt's a problem because
yes, that's for sure.
if you have a shrinking number of taxpayers, the debt's not shrinking. So the repayment on the debt actually becomes worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, well, and hypothetically, you can remediate that with immigration, but then that opens up another can of worms, which is no one really knows what the maximal rate of incorporation a society can manage without imploding. Right? I mean, obviously, Canada and US in particular is an immigrant society, and that's worked out extremely well for the immigrants and for the society. But the idea that there's no upper limit to our capacity to digest and integrate, let's say, is absolutely preposterous. So, and we don't know, but the notion that we can replenish at the rate that we're losing on the birth rate front strikes me as, it's at least a debatable claim.
We'll be right back. First, we wanted to give you a sneak peek at Jordan's new series, Exodus.
So the Hebrews created history as we know it.
You don't get away with anything. And so you might think you can bend the fabric of reality and that you can treat people instrumentally and that you can bow to the tyrant and violate your conscience without cost. You will pay the piper. It's going to call you out of that slavery into freedom, even if that pulls you into the desert.
And we're going to see that there's something else going on here that is far more cosmic and deeper than what you can imagine.
The highest ethical spirit to which we're beholden is presented precisely as that spirit that allies itself with the cause of freedom against tyranny. And
Yes,
there is
exactly.
that hope.
I want villains to get punished.
But do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price?
That's such a Christian question.
side of it, and I certainly did until I went to Nepal. Went and sat down with the professor, the head of the Department of Population, Professor Patak, in one of the largest universities in Asia. And I wanted to talk about falling birth rates in Nepal, which were just about replacement level at that time. And all he seemed to want to talk about was the pains of migration on Nepal, the people, the communities that are left behind. I never for 1 second have thought about this dark side of immigration.
Oh, you mean your brain drain, for example.
Community drain.
Yeah,
You're actually taking away, you're leaving the old parents there, and you're sending, remittances back, and that's seen as positive. But those parents aren't really looking for remittances, they're looking for people, community, their children to be there into their older age. And we went to film some of these older people, and the looks on their forlorn looks on their face. No one thinks about that. And then you have another situation, which is often it's men who are the immigrants, at least first.
Yeah.
And well, okay, so maybe that seems to some a good way for it to start. But there's another dark side to that, is the women behind are either not married yet, or they are married and their men have gone off elsewhere and they're not having children.
Right.
Or their husband's coming back for 3 weeks a year. And you've got 3 weeks a year to try and get pregnant. And of course, most are not. So you actually are propelling countries into low birth rates, the same factor that the rest of us are going through right now. So the immigration debate, and I'm an immigrant myself, I've been an immigrant to the US, to Japan now. So I'm absolutely not against immigration at all. As you say, it's done great service to US, Canada, and many other countries too. But the idea that...
But that doesn't mean it's a solution to
it's not
population
panacea.
replacement.
Right.
Now, you talked about Japan. Let's talk about Japan a little bit. How long did you live in Japan?
I still do, so I've been there for 5 years.
And you said you can... Well, so what do you experience there in relationship to your concerns about population decline?
Let me tell you about a community in rural Tokyo. So this is the world's biggest city based on some measures. You go to the northwestern part of Tokyo, and there's an area called Takashima Daira that's featured in the documentary. 1973, the 10,000 homes in this apartment were filled with young families. And there's old footage where you see, there's children everywhere. I went back with someone who was a child in those days. And, you can hear the voices of the past. And today, it's a ghost town. But it's not unoccupied. 98% of the apartments are still occupied. But they're old people. And they're mostly old women living alone.
Yes, and they're old women because men die early.
Men die early.
Right, so this is that's exactly right. So one of the things that you see as young people disappear and as the population ages is that the landscape is made up of isolated old women who no one cares about, right? A dismal destiny for all concerned.
I'd love people, frankly, to watch the documentary to really sense this, because there's one scene there, and it is harrowing, but to put it in simple terms, there's an 80-year-old woman who has no family, who's contemplating suicide because she's nothing to live for, no one to live for, and no one to communicate.
No, she should move to Canada. We have a nice medically assisted death program here that's, I think, accounting for something like 3 to 5% of all deaths now. So,
Yeah.
There's a solution for everyone to contemplate.
Yeah, well, I just worry.
In fact, there was a Japanese professor who came out the other day, a week ago, suggesting that it would be morally appropriate for the older people in Japan to consider suicide as a route out because they're a burden to society.
And now he's backtracking, saying he didn't really mean that. But it's dangerous once you start to put that out there, because there are people. I remember a conversation with a young woman in Japan, and talking about her future, and I did that with a lot of people, over 230 people I interviewed in 24 countries. And she mentioned that her grandmother was living with her family. But she mentioned the burden of her grandmother to the family. And she came out with a point that I guess many might be thinking when you're that age, why is she still here? And when you hear that, and then you meet people who are that age, who I think have still so much to give to society, they're just excluded from it. They're not.
Well, it's hard if they're not integrated well, sometimes it's hard if they are integrated into a family, and it's definitely harder if they're not. It's also the case that a lot of people who contemplate suicide do that not so much because they're specifically suffering, although that can certainly be a contributing factor, but because they do believe that they are fundamentally best construed as a burden, and that the world, including the people around them, would be better off if they disappeared. So that's a very sad, what would you say, realm to inhabit in your misery and isolation. So can we walk through the structure of the documentary?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So it's just so everyone listening is reminded. It's called, the name of the documentary is Birth Gap, and so let's walk through the structure of it.
First of all, the title Birth Gap. Just explain why is it called Birth Gap. What is a birth gap? To me, it's what I defined as the gap between the number of old people to support in society and births. So it's an indication of, frankly, a measure that we're not taking account of today. What is that ratio? So to me, to be very honest with you, whether we hit 9 billion or maybe 10, it's trivial. It's going to happen. It's going to be in that ballpark. Whether we like it or not, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And what actually matters is the age structure. So Birth Gap is the title of the movie. That's where it comes from. Before I went on this journey, chapter 1 is me literally going with an iPad, showing people data. We started in Italy, Switzerland, we went to Japan, and just started to talk to people about what's happening in their own societies.
So how did you move into the realm of documentary filmmaking?
Well, I have to thank my second son, Adam, for that, because my idea at this point, I'm not a filmmaker, certainly wasn't then. My thought was, this is a big problem. I can write a book about this. I felt just about I have the ability to write, to explain this. And what I wanted to do, because there's other books out there, was come up with a new way to help visualize this problem and to use the book to kind of communicate. And I felt, well, maps, no one's really come up with the structure of a map. And in doing this, I was explaining to my son Adam, and he said, Dad, no one our age, his age, reads books anymore. We all watch documentaries.
Right.
And I thought,
or listen to them.
Or listen to them.
Yeah.
And for me, well, that's not me. There's no way I could possibly do that. And then by chance, a friend of a friend was a former videographer, news anchor for a Washington, D.C. News network, but was going out on her own. And long story short, we thought, well, okay, let's see if we can make this work. I brought her along for 2 weeks to film the first interviews, thinking, if nothing else, this is going to be an archive for my own research.
Right.
Save me note-taking while I'm listening to all of these people. And as we got into it, the personal stories opened up of people who you could see them contemplating the future of their lives. Like one springs to mind, a young elementary school teacher in Switzerland, 30 years old, a young man. And when we walked through with him the future of elementary schools in Switzerland, you could see the process in his mind, realizing we're not going to need anywhere near the number of elementary school teachers that we have now, and what that might mean for him. So the documentary starts literally with me asking people in countries, why is this happening? And frankly, I was hoping, in this entire project, I was expecting at some point to sit down and do some form of regressive model, to find a correlation between something that would link these small dragons, these falling birth rates in Japan, Germany, and Italy, because they were happening at the same time and they were spreading. I never got to that point, and I'm very grateful I didn't, because I probably would have found something like, ice cream sales, happened at the same time. Some spurious thing would have come up.
It's very hard to identify. Well, it seems obvious that one of the causes the distal causes, I would say clearly, is the promotion of the birth control pill. But even that is a somewhat shallow answer because there's a very specific set of social and economic realities, zeitgeist, that even made the invention and distribution and acceptance of the birth control possible. Right? You had to have the psychological stage set for the acceptance of that technology, the demand for that technology before it could be developed or implemented. And so, okay, so you started the documentary, you're in chapter 1, you're starting to ask people what's going on. What are they telling you?
Yeah, well, no one had a clear answer, and that, maybe that was overly simplistic, but what I was trying to do is find some common thread. But let me just, if I can, talk about contraceptives, because there's a wonderful counterexample. The contraceptive pill was not legalized in Japan until 1990. And it was only legalized because Viagra was legalized. And at that point, women said, wait, you've been blocking the contraceptive pill and now you're allowing Viagra, and at that point was made
So you had the precipitous decline in birth rate
from 73. You had an increase in mass abortions. So this was a societal issue with that.
So that shows that it's something deeper than the
something deeper. And also, if you look at other countries, particularly UK at the time, France too, the US, where you also had access to the contraceptive pill, you were not seeing falling birth rates. And a lot of people would say, well, it's obvious it was industrialization. It was something to do with urbanization. But the correlations aren't there. If you look at, well, why did this only happen in those 3 countries? And the answer comes back to, I'd love people to see it unfold in the documentary, but it's a sudden increase in this unplanned involuntary childlessness happened in Germany, Italy, those countries at the same time.
Well, it's definitely the case that as women become more educated, they have fewer children. And that's now, the precise causal pathway there isn't obvious. One simple suggestion would be that it is a matter of accidental delay. I mean, I've seen this in my daughter. My daughter, although she had terrible health problems and that complicated her life a lot, she had initially thought that she might want to go be a physician. But that's like 12 years. And she was also very oriented towards having children. And she's managed to have 1 child despite her health problems. But that desire to pursue an intense educational pathway does exist in conflict, certainly with an early start to family development. If you presume that doesn't matter because you've got time, you're not going to find out that isn't true for 10 years in your own life, and maybe the culture will find out that's true for like 30 years. I mean, we still tell young women who are 19. I made a comment that was clipped on an Instagram reel by someone about the fact that we always lie to young women about what's going to be important in their lives. We tell them it's going to be all career. Said, I've worked in female-dominated industries my whole life, and what I've observed is, among men and women alike, that it's a very rare person for whom career is the most important thing in their life, even if they're men, although it's true for more men. It's true for virtually no women by the time they hit 30. And the amount of vitriol that comment generated was unparalleled, and that's something, because I've had plenty of vitriol generated from things I said, but it was all young women, talking about how some old white guy like me had no right to tell young women what to do with their bodies, which I most certainly was not. But it is, you can see a simple pathway there, right? It's like, well, we have this avenue where we can pursue our career and our education and everything else we want, and then we'll be able to solve the problem of having a family. The problem with that is, well, it's hard enough to find a mate when you're 23, 24. By the time you're 30, it's even more difficult, and by the time you're 35, it's starting to become well nigh impossible to find a mate and get pregnant and have a family, especially if you're going to have more than 1 kid. And so, there's a direct conflict there between the avenues that are open to women and the need to strike while the iron's hot on the reproductive nobody really knows how to reconcile that. I mean, it's odd, because women live about 7 years longer than men. So it could be the case that the societal norm could be that women have their children when they're quite young and then go back to school in their 30s. That would actually work out. In principle, that could work out quite nicely, but we don't have the norms in place to make that a possibility.
But we have to start addressing exactly this, because if we don't, to me, I mean, there's so many ideas today about reproductive technology that are overstated.
Oh, yes.
Freeze your eggs, and age 40, if you have a partner and if you still have energy, that you might then.
Yes, and everything goes well.
Yeah, if everything
and
goes
you have
well.
the money.
Yeah,
and the emotional stamina.
All of that. So part of what I'm hoping to do through the documentary and my work after this is to just increase awareness, particularly to women, but you need a man as well, so it's both, that the fertility window is much shorter and the ability to have children gets harder and harder and harder. It's not just about getting pregnant, it's about being able to deliver, being able to see the pregnancy through to, which gets exponentially harder very, very quickly. I should mention I interviewed 5 fertility doctors for the documentary itself. And, each one of them wanted to open up about the challenges, because normally they have to sell their service.
Right.
Normally they have to tell people, think positively, here's what we've done for other people, here's what we think we can do for you.
Yeah.
What they were telling to me openly, well, frankly getting quite emotional about it on a couple of occasions, was it's terrible because so often it doesn't work out.
Well, 1 in 3 couples by the age of 30 have pronounced fertility problems, defined as inability to conceive within a year of embarking on the endeavor consciously, right? So that's 1 in 3, and of course it just gets worse and worse as age creeps up. And 30 is not that old, and it does mean that women have a damn tight window. It's 13 years, let's say. By the time you're 17, by some standards, you're mature enough to consider reproduction. 17 or 18, and on the extreme end, and then, well, 35 is the other end of that distribution, and you're playing with fire by the time you're delaying, especially if you don't have a partner, by the time you're delaying till 35.
Especially if you want 3 children,
Yeah, well, right. I'm thinking just 1, and it's also the case. I think if you're a reasonable observer of human nature, you see that people have 3 sources of fundamental gratification in their lives. One is the pursuit of their own interests, including career and job. One is their intimate relationship, and the other is their family. And obviously, the intimate relationship and the family are very integrally associated. And if you miss out on one of those, you may be able to fill it by exceptional ability in the remaining domains, but for most people, not only is that highly unlikely, it's also highly undesirable. So,
because to take the point as well, here am I, an older male talking about things that are very sensitive to women, but there are a lot of women out there saying the exact same thing. And there was one this morning. I got an email from Melanie Nutkin, who's written a book called Otherhood, who herself has no children, and she put it succinctly that, in her words, women are going through the education path, the career path, to try to ultimately fall in love and have a family.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's all linked.
Yeah, well, I think it's the same for men.
I think so too.
Half the reason, it's more than that, half the reason that men strive for career success is to impress women and attract them. In fact, it's higher than that. So,
but maybe that point is the heart of the problem we have today, because today, if you look at who's at college and who's actually earning more right now, I read this morning, women in cities in the US are earning more than men. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but you have this situation.
Yeah, it's right under 30. Yeah.
So in US colleges right now, there are, I believe it's 9.5 million women and around 6.57 million men.
Oh, and the women start dropping out of college, by the way, when they start to outnumber the men 2-1. Right? Because a lot of the reason people go to college, you got to ask yourself, what's college for? It's like, well, it's to get educated, to go to lectures, to be accredited. It's like, no, probably not. Probably the reason people go to college is to find a mate. And there's a selective pool there, and you have a decent chance of finding someone, you know, of approximately your ability and forward-looking vision, let's say. And the reason people are willing to shell out between $150,000 and $250,000 for 4 years is in no small part so that they can find a mate. Well, if you demolish that by, well, radically decreasing the number of available men, for example, you're just going to blow the whole enterprise out of the water, which is already what's happening.
Absolutely. And this is perhaps my greatest concern, because I think if we make young people more aware of fertility, the fertility window, they might want to have children earlier. If we link that to in some way enabling careers later in life, which has to fundamentally happen for this to work, we might still be left with a situation where women who, the term is hypergamy, where women typically want to marry someone at least as educated, at least as successful, taller than they are. But if we're in a situation where there's so few men getting the same level of education, we might be left with this imbalance.
Oh yeah, that's already happening clearly. Yeah, it's very difficult for women to overcome the hypergamous instinct because they're trying to redress the imbalance in terms of reproductive responsibility. There's no evidence at all. You get a little bit of flattening of hypergamy in extremely egalitarian societies like Scandinavia, but it certainly doesn't disappear. And so that's built in at a very fundamental biological level. And I don't think any casual tinkering on the anthropological or sociological front is going to shift that a bit. So that's a big problem.
It's a big problem.
It's also the case too that if marriages where the wife out-earns or out-statuses the husband tend to be comparatively unstable and violent. So, you know, now you can lay that at the feet of the men if you're inclined to, but in some sense it doesn't really matter because that's the way it is. And so the women are unhappy and the men are threatened, and that's just not a good recipe for marital stability.
So everyone loses in this situation. And so let's talk about another country, Thailand. So you would think, if you'd asked me how many women are in college in Thailand, I might have said 15%. I have no idea, but no, it's 55%. 40% of men are in college in Thailand. So you have a similar shift even there. And what's happening to the men? The documentary, we went to a temple where monks are trying to rehabilitate young men who fell out of college or didn't go to college, moreover. What they did, age 16, 18, was turn to alcohol, was turn to substances, to drive taxis because they could get some cash, because there was no point trying to compete with the woman. So you have these deep societal problems, but yet I want to be really clear that the answer to this is not in some way preventing women from getting an education. That's just not going to function. You know, how are you going to do that? You know,
well, you also lose access to half the world's brain power.
Of course. And you know, there are people who think that, and there are people who I think want to use this conversation to promote that, because I've seen comments along those lines too often. This has to be therefore partly about men in some way, asking why are men excluded from society? Why are they becoming incels, or in Japan they call it otaku, you know, the young man who stays home playing his gaming systems and married.
See, I don't think that's the right question. I think we almost always ask questions backwards. Why people become useless, that's not a mystery. It's easy to be useless. The mystery is why that doesn't happen to everyone all the time. And the answer is because we build up extremely careful structures of societal discipline to encourage people to adopt mature long-term responsibility and to reward them judiciously for doing so. And when you allow those structures to collapse or work consciously to undermine them, then you get default to the default. And the default is useless. It's short-term gratification. And so you never need an explanation for that. It's like, well, why do people turn to short-term gratification? Because it's gratifying in the short term. It's easy. Now, you know, encouraging men to shed their Peter Pan persona, juvenile Peter Pan persona, and to adopt mature responsibility, that's a real challenge for every society. And we are increasingly not only failing at doing that, but punishing young men for developing, say, the virtues of ambition and even sexual desire for that matter. So, All right, so chapter 1, you went and interviewed a variety of people and just started to flesh out the territory. How does it unfold after that?
Well, it comes to the point where I realize, there's a moment I realize there is a connection across all these countries, and it's to do with this structure of the family. You would expect, if you're having fewer children, some of these organizations encourage people to have fewer children, have fewer, smaller families. You would expect if they had had any success, or if people were doing it, you would have a lot of families with only one child. But actually, singletons are actually really quite rare in life. And they're no more common today than they were 30, 40 years ago. So I started to discover...
You see people with 0 children.
Right. That's right. How do you get a fertility rate of less than replacement level? It's either the number of people having one child or none. So connecting that allowed me to start to ask more questions about childlessness and about aspirations in life, and that really moved.
I see. So it's not a matter of small families.
No.
It's a matter of no families.
That's right.
And then it's a matter of involuntary no families.
That's right.
Okay, got it.
And that's why I didn't end up doing any regressive analysis, because it's a counting problem. We were counting this the wrong way. You just simply need to look at the number of people having one child, 2, 3, 4, and you find this gap, and you find that gap getting wider and wider, and it effectively explains the entire fall below replacement level. But there's really good news here too. The best news in all of this is that if the majority, a significant number of those people who are involuntarily unplanned childlessness, as I call it, if they were having a family, they're not going to have one. They're going to have, in the same proportions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. It's all about having that first child. So the documentary...
Right, well, look, the second child's pretty straightforward after the first, and once you've got 2, you're already completely screwed, so you might as well have 3.
Well,
then the kids start to take care of each other, by the way, too, which is something that parents don't understand, is that, you don't, if you have 8 kids, it's not like you're taking care of 8 kids. The kids start to form their own society and take care of each other.
Yeah, and there's great examples of that in the documentary, or at least in my journey. You saw in Italy this mother of 4 children saying she educated her eldest daughter, taught her how to read, and she taught the next daughter, taught the next one, and so that's certainly true. But the good news is here, because family structure is really locked in, once it, of course, if you go to some countries, as they did in Africa, you got high birth rates because of poverty. Somewhat access to reproductive, services, but mostly that's covered now. Mostly it is. So we got poverty. The people in Africa need children to go and get the water. But a lot of good things are being done on that. That poverty level is coming way down, and we're seeing in Africa, on average in sub-Saharan Africa, just to cover that briefly, the average woman is having 1 less child every 15 years. It's around 4 now. So in around 30 years' time, we're looking at Africa starting to get down towards replacement level. It's on the same path.
Yeah.
That's the reasonable assumption based on the data right now. So once you get to that point, and this is what I think the world of demography really skipped over, is that it's not the same form. It's not like you look at families going from 4 to 2 and then down to 1.5 and say this is the same trend. It's not. When you get to replacement level, when women are having pretty much the family size that they actually want, childlessness kicks in, and it's that pulls it down a different level. So the next part of the documentary, then going to people, finding out what their young people, what their aspirations for the future was, then also talking to men and women who hadn't had children, why they didn't, what it meant to their lives, and that gets quite...
So what do you find on the aspirational front?
The majority, the significant majority of people, young people, expect or want to have children someday.
Right.
Now, I do have some concerns, but no evidence for it, but it's just a natural concern that what we're seeing in the world today, perhaps this over-focus on the environment, is through fear.
Yeah.
Persuading people more than you would normally expect to not think of children, but I have hope around that because it's this internal desire.
I think it's not so much fear that's interfering on that front. I think it's actually demoralization, right? Because this is especially true for, let's say, decent young men who would like to be moral actors. If they're told continually which they that all of their male pattern behaviors, for example, in school, are disruptive, and that their male ambition is nothing but a reflection of the tyrannical patriarchy, and that any interest they might evoke, they might evince towards women is part of the predatory pattern of male behavior, then it demoralizes them. Literally, it makes them feel like their natural proclivity for ambitious striving, let's say, and sexual desire is immoral. And the people you hurt the most by doing that are the people who have a moral heart, because the ones who don't care, and the ones who do. I had a friend, his name was Rob Durnan, and he fell prey to this anti-male narrative very early in his life. This is like 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and he was definitely guilty about his role as a patriarchal male, let's say, and he did everything he could to adopt a kind of nihilistic Buddhism and just take himself out of life. You know, he thought everything he did was, and everything that men did in general, was just part of the destructive force that was ravaging the world, and he eventually committed suicide. It was awful. I watched that unfold for 50 years, you know, and I would say, you know, he had his flaws like everyone does, and in that self-destructive pathway, there can be a fair bit of, let's say, unconscious self-serving, but fundamentally, he was overwhelmed by existential guilt in relationship to being male, and that eventually convinced him to do himself in. It was quite the catastrophic voyage, all things considered, and I know perfectly well that that's not rare, because I've talked to thousands of young men who have been demoralized to the point of suicide, and that story is, I'd say that's the archetypal story. So it's not fear exactly, it's an assault, it's a moral assault, and it's unconscionable. It's an unconscionable moral assault. If your solution to saving the planet is that you have to demoralize young people so badly that they even abstain from sex, then there's seriously something wrong with your worldview. And maybe we could call out Paul Ehrlich on that front, for example. So, all right, so now you're starting to talk to people about their aspirations. You're finding out that young people do want to have a family, and that doesn't mean one child, it means a family, but they're not prioritizing that properly, or what happens to the people who end up without children?
Well, there's no path to it.
Right.
The path is education, 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 usually. Not for everyone, but...
And then debt.
Sure, debt.
Yeah.
But that's not the driver, because education in some countries is much lower than the US. So some people will say, oh, debt's the problem.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing. It can't help.
Yeah.
And then it's career. And no
Right.
one is guiding people to say, actually, there is a moment in time when you really need to prioritize this. So we've left young people to find a path on their own, having sent them off as parents, as societies, to find a path in life that will get them to where they want to be, which everyone, I think, implicitly assumes, for most people, not all, will involve love and will involve children.
Yeah.
But actually what's happening is when young people are getting to that point, they're often in their 30s, because no one really is thinking that 30 is too late at all.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just another statistic, if you look across every country we had data on, the probability of becoming a parent, a mother rather, it's on women again, the probability of someone without children age 30 ever becoming a parent at most is 50%.
Really?
That's just the outcome. So
by 30.
By 30. If you haven't had your first child by 30, in most countries, it's lower than that.
And why is that? Do you know, I mean, there must be multiple causes. Part of that would be partnerlessness, part of that would be fertility difficulties. What are the major contributors to that?
The major contributor is not finding a partner at the right time.
Yeah, right.
or when you do find a partner, you have challenges.
Yeah, well, the other thing that is painful to point out to women is that 30-year-old women aren't competing with other 30-year-old women for partners. They're competing with 18 to 35-year-old women for partners. And so, all things considered, if you're 30 and you're looking for a mate and you want children, you're putting an awful lot of pressure, one way or another, on your 30-year-old male target. Because his option is to find a 25-year-old woman who, all things being equal, is of the same value as you are, except that you're 30, and that means his time frame is now shortened in a manner that wouldn't be the case if you married someone younger. Plus, women tend to prefer men who are slightly older than them. Well, not exactly slightly, it's actually 4 years is the average internationally. And so, the optimal target for a 25-year-old woman is a 29-year-old man. And so, and it's rude to point such things out, but mate selection is a very difficult problem. And it's also exacerbated by the fact that this is also a terrible thing, is that because of this hypergamous tendency of women, as women are, I knew a lot of very successful young women who worked in the legal field, and they were often stars in their firms, extremely able people. And generally they were very vivacious, attractive, intelligent, educated, and intimidating as hell to men. And not that interested in someone who didn't have the same ability and status they did, which was almost no one. So then they're 30, they're extremely choosy, and you could say they have a right to be, but the problem is, well, yeah, you're 30 and you're extremely choosy, and your pool of available candidates has basically shrunk to none. Because first of all, a lot of men are already snapped up by the time they're 30, so there's that reduction right off the bat. And then if you're going to reject, women rate 80% of men on dating sites as below average in attractiveness, and that's just the baseline, right? For the women who are high status and high attractive, let's say, very able on the career front, and the men they're going to regard as acceptable, that's a vanishingly small proportion of men. So that's part of the reason why they what would you say, select themselves out of the mating market. That's brutal, man. It's brutal, and I watched women struggle with that like mad, and certainly had no shortage of sympathy for them. But the mere fact that you're sympathetic to someone doesn't mean that the brute reality that confronts them has been altered in any manner whatsoever.
A couple of points on that. So I agree with all of that. What I see, and I get to often once or twice a week have a coffee with a young person who has reached out, and you know when you talk about the documentary or friends or friends of friends, someone wants to talk to you about something personal. A common conversation would be women more than men. They've been dating someone for 5 years.
Yeah.
They think they might want to, well, different scenarios. They think they might want to settle down and have a child with them, but they've never talked about it.
Well, it's only been 5 years.
Right. Or they've already figured out they probably don't want a child with this person. What should they do? Or, worst of all, they've just broken up because they've been dating this guy for 7 years, and he's now got another girlfriend who's 25, and she's pregnant.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah, that's a brutal situation.
Brutal.
Yeah.
But those are real life stories.
Oh yeah, that's very, all that's very common.
So the idea of dating someone for an extended period, my children are now, 27 to 20. They're getting to that point where, to me, I'm thinking of my own children when I think of these young people and the advice I would give them. And frankly, the advice I usually give, I'm not a clinical psychologist, but people are asking for advice, and I've talked to a lot of people, is if you're unsure, break up, because you know what? If it feels wrong after you've broken up, you'll get back together quickly. And I'd say more.
The other advice too is get the hell at it. You think you have a long time to decide. Well, here's a way of thinking about it. If you're reasonably attractive, you'll be able to try out 5 people. that's it. That's what you've got. You know, because it takes a while to find someone, and then it takes a while to get to know them. And finding them and getting to know them, that's probably something approximating 1 to 2 years. And if you do that 5 times, that's 10 years, and that's your fertility window. And so you think you have time, but that's a delusion. And you think the right person will come around. Well, first of all, that's a delusion to begin with, because you build a relationship, you don't find one. Now, you should have some sense when you pick your partner, to the degree that you have the luxury to have some sense. But the notion that the person right for you will come along at the right time, that's just not the case. That isn't how things work at all. And if you know that even if you're very attractive, that the list of true candidates is probably 5, and for some people, it's 1 or 0. And so it's hard, because when you're 17 or 16, especially if you're attractive, and I would say this is especially true if you're an attractive young woman, you have no shortage, generally speaking, of people who are interested in you. And it looks like that's sort of a landscape of plenty. But that doesn't mitigate against the fact that it still takes a long time to get to know people and to find the right person. Now, men have it a bit easier on that front, I would say, because I had one friend who didn't have a child until he was 55. You know, that can always be the case for men, and so the pressure is not in the same way. But even with men, like had I married my wife earlier, we would have had more kids, you know, and that didn't happen. So, and we got married comparatively early for our social class, say, and educational background. Okay, so now you're talking to people and you're finding out they want to have kids, and then they find out that they don't get to, right, a little bit too late. And so where does the documentary go from there?
So from there we take it into the consequences. The consequences, well, they're partly personal, but partly economic. But everything ultimately is personal, because everything ultimately comes back to, you know, whether it's you and your life and how you live it, and whether you're lonely or not.
Yeah.
Or how much the state can help you, particularly in your later years, through healthcare, through pensions, through your city providing basic services like water. It all comes back together. So we explore a lot of those. And by the way, I sat down with, I believe, about a dozen experts, many professors, many, you know, a priest, a monk, people involved working with government healthcare programs around the world. So we hear these voices, and other than one organization, which happens to be the successor to what Paul Ehrlich set up, they were the only organization who took an optimistic view. Of course, who would do that? But everybody else is negative. Everybody else is worried about the future consequences of this. And just by the way, I should call this out. Ehrlich set up an organization, off of the population bomb, of course, called ZPG, which evolved into
Zero population growth.
Yeah. It evolved into another organization that still has something like 30,000 teachers who train other teachers, who educate 4 million US high school kids every year. And they explain the population problems, usually in Africa, and their message is, please think about this.
Yeah, well, there's nothing racist about the too many African narrative.
Yeah, and when you teach someone like 2 and 2 is 4, you don't say think about that. But when you say here's the problem in Africa, and you say to a think about that, you're not really saying think about Africa. You're thinking about, you know, do you want to have kids or not? So that's covered in the documentary as well, as part of the narrative as to why we still have this viewpoint, when frankly we should have known about this, you know, decades ago.
Well, we can also look at the self-evident economic statistics demonstrating that since Paul Ehrlich and his population bomb and the Club of Rome, etc., these anti-population zealots started beating the drum back in 1965, saying that we were all going to starve to death by the year 2000 when we'll have 4 billion people, God help us. And now we have 8, and the relationship between wealth growth and population has been extremely positive, not negative or flat. And everyone on the planet virtually is richer than, well, than anyone had ever conceived of. And it's clearly the case that we could manage this if we had half the will to do it. And so the data are in. One of the things I've really learned is that I believe the whole idea of natural resource, almost the whole idea of natural resource is specious in that human beings, the wealth of the planet is dependent on the psychological health and the structures of governance that are put in place by people of goodwill, and that if we organize ourselves properly and aim up, there's no real limit to abundance. And it's certainly not population dependent. We're not in a zero-sum game. We are not yeast in a petri dish. We're not doomed to a Malthusian outcome. And the biologists who make that claim and say it's scientific are assuming that the yeast in the petri dish model of human function is the appropriate biological model, and it's not. And the reason for that is because we can let our ideas die instead of us, and we can learn, and we can transform, and we're very good at that. And there's no justification whatsoever for stating that it's a scientific fact that population increase is going to produce a Malthusian catastrophe. Now, it can in limited circumstances, but we are not yeast in the petri dish. That's the wrong model.
So, and I can't disagree. I mean, I'm a data analyst. I'm only prepared to comment when I've done my own work or I've seen detailed work of others. I can't imagine how complicated it must be to model the planet. I mean, that's on a level beyond anything any rational statistician could do alone. It's models on top of models on top of models.
Yeah.
So where I
Tower of Babel.
So where I come from is, look, to be honest with you, I don't know. But I do know that we are adaptive. I do know that we should prepare because, to be honest with you, green technologies sound like pretty cool things when you look at Teslas out there. They're not perfect, but they're, remembering I work with a lot of automotive clients, but what Elon has done for the industry, is phenomenal. And if we come at this from a point of view of positivity, what can we do? And I look at my own kids and, their generation and the malaise, the belief that the world is coming to an end. The world is not coming to an end anytime soon.
Well, unless we precipitate it in that direction, which we seem to be striving to do with all diligence at the moment.
Well, and to bring it back to the documentary, at this point we come back to this point of loneliness and meet people. And I mean, there's a scene where I go to a crematorium in Germany, and I'm hoping to find out something about what it's like to bury people who have no family. I nearly got an interview directly with the director, but he refused to meet me, and an intermediary kind of sat down to explain why. And it's horrendous. And so this is off camera. I got a long note recently with more information as to what's happening. People with no family in care homes are being effectively mistreated, malnourished, tied to their beds for long periods of time. And we know this, or it's known in this crematorium, because the bodies that come are, I guess, white and marked. And they weren't prepared to say it because they're fearful of the system. So, someone should make a documentary about that alone. But it tells you that the life of these people without family, and we can't see it because these people, whether it be in a suburb in Japan or in Germany or anywhere else, these people are spending their lives in their homes alone, hidden from the world. So,
well, the thing is, in our culture, we only seem to be able to apprehend life until about 30. Like, that's our vision. The vision is you're young, you're full of promise, you get educated, you have your career, and then you're 30. And what's happening? Well, now you're successful. It's like, okay, but you got 60 years left there. What are you going to do with that? Well, how long is your career going to run you? Well, lots of people think about early retirement, and that's particularly perhaps the case if you're successful economically. So let's say you retire at 50. Okay, fair enough. You got 45 years left. What's your vision for that? Well, now you're alone. You don't have a family. You don't have a partner. You don't have a career either. So what are you planning to do? Exactly. What's your vision? And the answer is we don't have a vision for that. We don't have a vision for the expanse of our life. And that's an interesting thing in and of itself. I mean, for a long time, back in the 1860s, people even in the West were struggling along on less than $1.50 a day in today's money. And it's not like people had the luxury of developing a lifetime vision. They were were sort of fending off one disaster after another, like people do now who live in absolute privation. There's about 800 million people like that still on the planet. And then once you get a little wealthier, a little more secure, you can start thinking about the future. And that's very, very complicated. And this luxurious wealth we have is new enough so that our capacity to develop a lifetime vision hasn't developed to a degree that's sophisticated enough to take that whole time span into account. But this vision of isolated death with no one around you that cares, I would recommend that as your life from 70 to 95. It's pretty damn dismal. So,
Jordan, it's going to be worse in less industrialized nations, because you go to Brazil, and as professors there, I met 3 of them, the phrase they used was, we're getting old before we got rich in Brazil.
Right.
So they can't provide the infrastructure resources to the elderly on a level comparable to what we can. So the life of elderly people, when I look at India with the birth rate now below replacement level, growing population because it's so young, people are living longer, which is a good thing. But I'm looking at a future for India 30 years from now, where you're going to have so many old people and so few people to take care of them. So this is a problem that we focus too much on in our own societies. This is a global humanitarian crisis of old people who are going to be left, by and large, to some extent to fend for themselves. And when they're not fending for themselves, they're going to be mostly in their homes or alone. And
Well, I find the psychological argument, I would say, probably more compelling. I think not because I take any issue to your forward-looking projections, but because things are so unstable on the technological and economic and political front that projecting even a decade into the future seems in some ways like a fool's errand, right? Because God only knows what's coming down the pipelines with regards to new technology. But I think you can make an extraordinarily strong case that one of the things you don't want to end up happening to you in your own life is to be involuntarily childless and isolated starting at the age of 30 going forward.
Yes.
Right. And so I do, I've looked at the situation in China and in Japan with this, what do they call that, the inverted pyramidal distribution, where there's way more old people than young people. And obviously that seems untenable on the technological or on the economic front. But I do think the psychological issue is much more present, should be much more present for young people. And the warning is, don't be thinking you've got a lot of time to get your act together, because you don't have as much time as you think, and you want to get things going sooner than you might find it convenient. There's never a convenient time to have a child. There's stupid times to have a child, for sure, but there's never a convenient time. And that's the other thing people do too, when my wife and I finally got together, she was about 28 or so. She wanted to have a kid pretty much right away. And I was finishing off my postdoc, and I hadn't got a permanent job yet, and my sense was,
They say you could sell anything, but can you write the sales papers? The follow-up emails? The presentations? Conversation is so different from written words. Sometimes we know what to say, but not exactly how to write it. That's when Quillbot makes your work stand out. Just pop your draft into Quillbot and let AI paraphrase your words in a way that ebbs and flows with your prospect's emotions, right through your sales funnel. Yeah, it's quite zen like that. One breakthrough is all it takes. Write with Quillbot and change the world.
Everything's not in place. And we talked that out for quite a while and decided to proceed regardless, because there was no real reason for me to be concerned. The probability that I was going to be jobless was, barring catastrophe, 0. And you jump into the abyss holding hands with your wife, there's no right time. And the reason that's so important to know is because the clock ticks while you're waiting, and that's also a catastrophe. And then it sneaks up on people unawares, as you just described, and takes them out. Not good. Okay, so now you're investigating in the documentary the consequences of this involuntary childlessness, and do you progress past that?
Yeah, well, so the consequence is going future of the world based on what's happened to Detroit.
Yeah.
You know, we look at, briefly, future pension systems. We look at AI technology, but only very briefly. It's an area that I'm sure many people, like you mentioned technology just now, but really a comment for me is that robots don't pay taxes. So simply saying is when
They also don't necessarily want to take care of you. So we'll just see how that works out.
And I think they're going to be expensive. So the idea that AI is a solution just like this is probably oversimplified, possibly very oversimplified. But of course it has a role. Technology definitely has a role in this. But we can't just turn away from this subject and say, let's not worry about it for that reason. The final part of the documentary, and I have to credit a friend, I thought it was done after filming in probably 18 countries. I thought, well, this is enough now. Kind of, I could see the global pattern. And this friend in LA said, no, you haven't finished. You have to go to Africa. And you have to go to other countries like Bangladesh. And India I'd already been to, but I wanted to more filming. I wanted to go to, we went to slums in Mumbai. We went to slums in Rio. I think 5 in Johannesburg. And I wanted to see what's happening in the parts of the world that I think to some extent we might fear are exploding. And you have the same fundamental story happening everywhere, even Nigeria. And so Nigeria is a good example of a country that's moving towards lower birth rates at a much slower pace.
There'll be more people, by the way, in Nigeria by the year 2100 than there are in China, for everyone watching and listening. And that's quite the shocking bit of information.
Yeah, and you know, you look at Nigeria, and you still have a culture there where the more male children you have, it's part of the, what you might say, the bravado that you have. It's like how
that's that status reward.
Status. Yeah. But you go to Ethiopia and you meet people there and you talk to professors there, and Ethiopia used to be like that, but the birth rate right now in Ethiopia is 4. It used to be 7 or 8 not that long ago, and there's transformation happening. So you can see and feel the transformation happening in Africa, just like everywhere else. So I like to think of the analogy that the world is on a roller coaster. And countries like Japan and Germany and Italy and now South Korea are in the front car. You know, they're over in terms of the peak population, and sure, they're aging and people are going to live longer and longer, so we're not going to really see the drop for a little while, but we know what's coming. Africa's in the rear car. You know, they're still on the way up, but the path is the same here.
Yeah.
But perhaps the thing that struck me about Africa, where I'm planning to go back and spend a significant amount of time for my own purposes as much as anything. When you go to Africa, you go to Malawi, which is, I believe, World Bank data, the 12th poorest country in the world by GDP per person. And you go to a community and people are laughing, smiling. And you go to kind of an area, it's not even a soccer pitch, it's nothing like a soccer pitch, but there's a soccer ball there.
Yeah.
There's no rules, but you got 30 kids running and screaming and laughing.
Yeah.
And we're there, you know, and you know, they come and say hi for a moment, but they want to get back and play soccer with each other. And to see that sense of community and that intergenerational community, you know, maybe in some ways part of the solution here that we've, you know, I think an argument for me is that we've lost a sense of community for one reason or another. And so, you know, that's, you know, something that surprised me actually, how similar really we all are, and we're just at different parts of this, of that cycle.
So you've laid out this documentary and you've documented a problem that is not being attended to much. That's a very pervasive problem, and that's going to affect virtually everyone personally and sociologically. We talked a little bit about pathways. You know, I mean, it's one thing obviously to diagnose a problem, and that's not a straightforward thing to do, to see the problem and then to diagnose it. It's a completely different order of things to start thinking about what might constitute an acceptable alternative. So in Hungary, what they've done, you probably know this, is that if you're a mother in Hungary and you have one child, you're now exempt from income tax at the federal level for the rest of your life, 25%. And then that scales up to 100% for 4 children. And the idea there was both practical and cultural. So the cultural idea was, we need to signal that we value motherhood and children. And one of the more powerful signals So the feminists had objected, or some of them, that the Hungarian government was just turning women into baby-making factories, which is a hell of a, nasty epithet, I might add. But what's happened is the reverse, is more women are working now than before, and I suppose that's because they get to keep more of their money, and they can make childcare arrangements more straightforwardly and all of that. They've knocked the divorce rate down substantively. They've increased the marriage rate. They've knocked the abortion rate down 40%, 38%, with no compulsion, right? It's not as easy to get an abortion in Hungary as it is in the US or Canada. And the legal limits there is 12 weeks instead of the 16 weeks, which is about what Americans think it should be. But the point is, these alterations in policy have produced increases in fertility, increases in the marital rate, decreases in the divorce rate, decreases in the abortion rate, and those look arguably like desirable things. Do you see, and we talked a little bit about the fact that women live 7 years longer, and so in principle have a time, let's say 8 years, where they could have children without really being at a competitive disadvantage on the economic front with men, assuming that it is a competitive landscape, and that's also not particularly obvious to me. I mean, what have your thoughts turned to what might constitute an appropriate pathway forward for young people?
Well, I certainly would quite boldly say what will not work, because there's so many examples of things that have been tried and tried and tried and tried. Now, we'll come back to Hungary in a moment, because it is very interesting. But if you look at baby bonus programs globally, at best what they do is temporarily increase the birth rate, and then you see a dip, and the dip usually goes below where it was before. All you've done is bring forward
the people who would have had kids
anyway.
Right.
So and you look at the amount of money certainly Japan, certainly South Korea are spending on kindergarten.
That doesn't seem to help. Quebec, it didn't make a bit of difference. No, it isn't. It isn't lack of childcare that's causing this problem.
Yeah, and it's not income either.
No,
so,
right.
And although people think it is income, it's a natural thing, I think, for people thinking, well, if I had a little bit more money, or at the right time, or my apartment's too small. But actually, what you find is that when people have more money in their pocket, birth rates go down. They do other things. It's like not we can take this vacation.
Well, I also think that their expectations for what constitutes sufficiently prepared for children also change. Like I said, when I was in Montreal, I was already educated. I had a job. It was clear I was going to get a job, but my standard for what was sufficient security and opportunity for my children rose along with my horizon of vision on the economic front. And it's also not the case that more security makes you liable to take more risks. That isn't how life works. You have to jump into children just like you jump into a marriage or into your life, for that matter.
I think that's the key point. So ultimately, Hungary aside for a moment, and also Russia in the past, has had similar programs where they have put significant benefits in place that seem to have worked for a time. But vast majority of financial incentives or even societal changes, such as kindergartens, have very limited effects. Very limited indeed. If we come back to understand the fundamentals of the problem, is this unplanned childlessness issue. Perhaps what Hungary might have got right, and I will never, frankly, tell someone you should or should not have an abortion. That's your choice. That's not something I want to have any say. I don't believe it's my right to say that. That's just my personal position on it. But what Hungary might have done, and you stated a moment ago, is just make it more positive, the idea of parenting. Something that people want to do.
That's what they're aiming at. The Hungarians do understand. So their president, Katalin Novak, a young, dynamic woman who is their symbolic head of state, was very much involved in the formulation of these family policies. And she knew perfectly well that part of what the goal was to culturally elevate the, let's call it the sacred significance of motherhood, something like that, to put the mother again on something approximating the necessary pedestal. You see this in Catholic imagery all the time, is that, of course, in the Christian tradition, Christ is obviously the central figure of redemption and divinity, but there's strong competition symbolically on the part of Mary, because it's Mary and the infant, and I would say any society that doesn't hold the mother and infant as sacred is doomed. Right? For obvious reasons, since we all had mothers and we're all infants, if you don't value that, whatever that value means. And when my wife had little kids, she was treated pretty damn dismally, I would say. You know, I used to go out to restaurants with her and just watch when she entered in with the kids, and there was a lot of sneers and a lot of, you know, casual mistreatment. There was they were a nuisance, you know, and that was extremely annoying to me to watch, because I don't think of kids can be nuisances if they're not well behaved, but there's something wrong with you if you think children are fundamentally a nuisance, and it's definitely the case that we don't value the contribution of young mothers in our culture the way that we would if we were wise. And that's a very difficult problem to solve, right? All this emphasis on, you know, the kind of hedonic freedom that's associated with being a youthful teenager, and then that equally Sex in the City nonsense about, you know, your freedom on the sexual front while you're pursuing your career. It's so bloody juvenile that it's almost incomprehensible. But it's not an easy thing to reverse, and it isn't even obvious that it's the government's role to reverse that. But
and the outcomes are unplanned childlessness. I mean,
right.
Time and time again, I think, you know, it's just clear that people who go down that path are thinking of what society tells them they can do in the short term only. And
that'd be a good title for this interview. Really, we should probably call it "Unplanned Childlessness."
I love that.
Well, because that is so. It's so interesting that exists as such a plague, and yet it isn't identified and it doesn't have a name, and that's a real catastrophe.
You know, one of the earliest readings I did, there was a young man who was in Japan, but he's from the US, and he just stood there afterwards gazing at the ceiling, and he's probably 30, early 30, 35, and he said, "Unplanned childlessness." And he looked at me and said, "That's me."
Yeah.
That's me. And you could see it wasn't just a term, it was talking.
Yeah, right.
He was talking.
The realization.
Yeah. You actually have to, in some way, have a plan, and even if the plan is to do something not rational, but to take a leap of faith. And to come back to men as well, in this, men can have children age 55. You know, I divorced, sadly, you know, at around 40, I guess, and I thought there'd be a time where I would meet someone again and have more children. That's something I would have desired, frankly. Not to get too personal, but it wasn't my plan for life to be a divorced dad.
Right.
And what you find is that you're competing with younger men.
Yeah, right.
For the same younger woman.
Easier said than done.
Easier said than done.
Definitely.
The fact that you can technically have a child at almost any age as a man doesn't mean that you're going to. So the outcome is
no. What makes you think you're going to be more successful old and ugly than you have been young and ugly?
Right.
So yeah.
And every year you're on the path to get older and uglier. So you know, it's men and women in this situation. I think that society needs to make parenting something more valuable. But to come back to your point, that cannot be at the sacrifice of career education options. We have to make it more almost the default option that you can continue your education. I love the idea of lifelong learning, which is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, why?
Yeah, well, it's very odd that we orient our educational establishments to people between 18 and 22.
Yeah.
I just can't figure that at all. I taught at the Harvard Extension School, by the way. I had a lot of adult students, and I enjoyed teaching them a lot. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever that the university should specialize in 18 to 22-year-olds. That's a hangover from, I don't know, God, I don't even know when that was useful and relevant. It's just not a smart idea.
And it's in the college's interest, because as the shrinking number of children come through the systems, universities are going to need to diversify. Lifelong learning is the answer to that. So why?
Well, it's also the case that in an era of rapid technological transformation, that lifelong learning is necessary practically, but it's also, why the hell wouldn't you want that? Because it's part of what keeps you updated.
I remember the first class I took at the extension school. It was in statistics that I went to my first class, probably dressed like I am now with a leather briefcase, and you know, everyone else, I was not the oldest at all, but everyone else is jeans and t-shirts and backpacks, and I thought, oh, I haven't dressed like that for decades, but I went out and I got a couple of t-shirts and a backpack, and the most transformational thing happened to me. First recognition, I'm learning something I want to learn.
Yeah, right.
I'm fully engaged.
And that makes you the best kind of student too.
I think so, but everyone else, there were Harvard College kids there taking summer classes, and there were people older than me. It didn't matter.
Yeah. I love teaching at the extension school. I mean, at Harvard, the undergraduates in the formal school were smarter than the people on average in the extension school. But the extension school people were a lot more motivated to learn, right? There was no one not attending, because they were there because they wanted to be there. Right.
So I'm probably asking questions that were, I actually took a psychology class, probably in the building at this William James.
Yeah, William James, yeah.
Yeah, and again, I was there with a lot of even high school learners at a summer school program, but I realized the professors enjoying the questions I was asking, because they're just different to the questions.
Yeah, they're serious questions. Right?
Yeah. So
when were you there?
I started in 2015, 2016. I would have taken the psychology, probably 101, of course. But the point is that the recruitment cycle for many career options is linked to the education cycle. So you can't change one without the other.
Yeah.
You have, and people say, well, it's fine. Certain companies allow recruitment later in life, but it's not the normal thing to do. It's a risk. So if you're a woman or a parent taking time out to raise a family because you think you want to do that exclusively earlier on, that's a risk to that. You might not get on that path, and you might not get the recruitment.
Yeah, I don't really buy that. I don't really buy that, because I had one student, for example, Shelley Taylor, Shelley Carson. She came back to Harvard as a graduate student in her 40s. I was younger than her as her supervisor. She'd been an airline stewardess, pretty middle-class life, had been out of the academic stream for quite a while, and was quite a lot older than most of the graduate students. And she hit it hard and developed a bang-up career, and she's managed that quite successfully. And I think that that's not normal. It's not the standard practice, but it's by no means impossible. And given that women do have that 7-year advantage in terms of lifespan, you think you're out of the running on the education and career front when you're 35. You're out of the running on the reproductive front.
Yes.
You're not really out of the running on the education and career front. And I've seen lots of people hit the education ground running in their 30s, mid-30s, sometimes later, and have a whole new career. I mean, Jesus, at 40, you can still have 30 years at your new career.
Yeah.
So that's a very optimistic way of looking at it. And so, all right, so well, for everybody watching and listening on YouTube and its associated platforms, thank you very much for your time and attention. And to Stephen Shaw for agreeing to talk to me today about birth gap and about the issue of declining birth rates and population shrinkage, bringing that to everyone's attention, bringing the issue of unplanned childlessness to everyone's attention, because that's a crucial issue here. To note the existence of a problem and to give it a name is to bring it out of the darkness and to unshroud it, let's say. And that's an extremely useful thing to do. And I'm going to talk to Stephen for another half an hour on the Daily Wire Plus platform. I like to spend half an hour with my guests investigating how their pathway through life made itself manifest to them, both in terms of the problems that gripped them, the concerns they had, both voluntary and involuntary, and the opportunities that presented themselves as a consequence. And so if you're interested in that, then please head over to the Daily Wire Plus platform. You can consider supporting them in any case. They have also worked diligently to make the kind of conversations I had today possible, and that's much appreciated. To the film crew here in Vancouver, because that's where I am today, thank you very much, and thank you all for your time and attention. Good to talk with you. Yep, you bet. Hello, everyone. I would encourage you to continue listening to my conversation with my guest on dailywireplus.com.
If you believe in God, then you believe that the world was created. And if the world is created, then ipso facto, the natural order itself is imbued with the order in the natural order, the regularity and the vagaries. They're imbued with a sense of morality. The material world is a lot more spiritual than we might conceive.
Well, one of the ways you can think about that practically, because it sounds like a strange abstraction, is that if you and I decide that we're going to do a joint venture in relationship to mining, and we don't treat each other fairly and honestly, the probability that our mining endeavor is going to be successful is pretty much zero.
Yeah.
Because we're going to run into so many entanglements over time that it's going to make the practical operations impossible. And so you might say that in order to come to some concordant grip with the vagaries of the natural world, there's an ethic you have to manifest. And that seems to be part and parcel of your sense too, that to operate morally also means to align yourself with the proper rhythms of nature and to pay attention to the proper ratios of scarcity. And there are principles of the natural world that you have to abide by in order to play a productive game. Hello, everyone watching on the YouTube platform and associated podcasts. I'm here today with Roy Savag, who I met about a year and a half ago, continuing my investigation into the field of economics, I suppose, and monetary policy, monetary conceptualization as well, something I'm woefully undereducated in relationship to. Roy's had a remarkable career as an entrepreneur, businessman, and as a thinker. He's recently published a book, The Natural Order of Money, which is what we're going to talk about today, trying to puzzle through just exactly what constitutes money and how it might be productively contemplated psychologically, biologically to some degree, at least in terms of its potential biological implications, economically, sociologically, philosophically, theologically. We're going to try to cover all the bases as Roy's book does. And so I thought we'd begin this conversation by having Roy talk about his background so that all of you who are listening have some reason to understand why he's doing what he's doing and perhaps why his ideas might be regarded as compelling and credible. Yeah, so Roy, we met a year and a half ago. You started to talk to me about the thought that you put into the idea of money for decades, really, eh? And then you handed me this manuscript, which was an early version of the book, and we've been talking about it to some degree ever since, or variants of it. And so let's walk through the history of the development of your businesses so people can get an idea of the range of activities that you engaged in. So what did you start with on the entrepreneurial front?
The first thing I started with on the entrepreneurial front was actually buying and selling physical mines. So
and you did that how old?
Probably 25. Yeah, 25, 26.
So that gave you a taste for real world engagement, because there's something very concrete about mines, and from what you told me, you went and visited a number of mines. And so how did you get involved in investing in something as complex as the mining industry at such a young age, and why did you pick mining?
It's actually a good question. So when I started in finance, I was what you might call a value investor in the Graham and Dodd.
So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Vote division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes. I do remind senators you are required to vote in the way that you've called. Lock the doors. Senators, we're dealing with the deferred motion as moved by Senator Roberts, so it's a reference to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
welcome back to the channel and another of my fascinating interview series. Today, I'm talking to an author. I was sent a remarkable book. It came out of the blue, actually, probably, I don't know, around late November, beginning of December, and I had no idea. There was no note, no nothing, and it just came, and here it is. It's called 180 Degrees, Unlearn the Lies You've Been Taught to Believe. And it's a beautifully presented and lovely printed book. And it must have cost an arm and a leg to not only write it, but to send it. And it must have taken a long time to do that. So I was very curious. But then inside, it was actually addressed to me, to Richard. And then it had a little logo, presumably, at the time I assumed, of the author. And yet, mysteriously, at the back, the author reveals that he's no longer with us. So it's all very strange. However, I have managed to track down the author, not using a Ouija board, but actually through a mutual friend. And it's Fergus O'Connor Greenwood. I'm going to call him Fergus. Now, he wants to remain anonymous for reasons which no doubt will become obvious during the course of the interview. So I'm going to place the book just over here. And using special magic powers of video editing, I can place him on there. So Fergus, are you there?
I am indeed, Richard, yes.
It's very nice to communicate with somebody who is actually alive. This is an amazing tome. Let me just say, first of all, thank you for sending the book to me.
Very welcome.
I could not put it down. It was one, and it's a big book, and I thought, this is interesting. And as soon as I got into it, I found that I had to keep going. And each chapter, each section blows your mind, and you think, wow, that was interesting. That could have been a book on its own. And then suddenly we go on to a slightly different topic, but all related to truth. And what we believe to be truth suddenly is being inverted. And you weave this amazing concept that everything that we've ever been told is true is not so, or is that we've been living a big deception. How on earth did you manage to get all the themes that you have, and we'll explore some of those, into one book?
With difficulty is the answer, and quite a lot of time and effort, as you already said. So it probably took me somewhere in the region of 15,000 man-hours. So I guess that's probably 5-6 years maybe. I mean, the actual solid writing section of itself was maybe only a year and a half, 2 years. But then was all the editing, fact-checking, citations, and of course you've got to add in several years of research prior to the writing in order to encapsulate the whole. So yeah, I'd say roughly 5 or 6 years in total.
Now, it reads so easily. You know, you get some books and it's very in-depth and it's challenging your mind, but sometimes the author seems to be also trying to impress you with the way he writes his sentences or the words that he has at his command, or the way it is. Yours just, this book was so easy to read, so that actually it was relatively quick to get through. And you use this very clever device of highlighting the point that you want by using real quotes from people. And you say very early on, it doesn't necessarily mean that you like the person who's quoting, it's just that the quote they say is so relevant to the point you're making. That must in itself, knowing all those quotes from different people, from all sorts of different works, right up to sort of the current time as well as historic figures, must have taken a long time to sort of have. Or are you somebody who just has those quotes available in your head?
Definitely not the last one, unfortunately. I mean, nice if it was, you know, if I had some kind of photographic memory, but no, I'm more down the other end of the scale, I think, Richard, when it comes to that. No, those are the things that you just find over time, go, well, that has some power behind it, let's just...
Were you keeping them in a notebook and going, oh, this is great, this is
Yeah,
great.
basically, it was a cut and paste job, or you'd be transcribing them from a video interview or something, go... I mean, with a book like this, it's probably 10 times the amount that's in the book on the cutting room floor.
Right, wow.
Because you go through and it's So to come back to your point, and thank you for the compliment, but yeah, a lot of time was spent on the flow as far as the reader's concerned. Because with a book, it's sort of only a courtesy to the reader that you're trying to make it as easy as possible so that they're only fighting with the content, not the grammar, you know, the errors and everything else. So if you can provide this really nice flow for them, you're not going to be kicking them out of the text going, hang on a second, what's this?
Yeah. And you did that was what made it so easy, because you were just, as you just said, you were thinking about the concepts that you were talking about, and we ought to start getting into that so that people can understand quite what it means when, and as I was just saying to you before we started recording, I got a little way through the book, and I was thinking, blimey, that's incredible. And then I saw the thickness that I had to go, thinking, what else can you be telling me? And it is almost everything. So shall we just explore some of the things? Just give an indication of some of the things that we. Might have thought were one way, and actually it's not quite as obvious as it seems.
So for example, we could look at the deception that is our monetary system, because that is, you could argue, the foundation stone on what most of the other deceptions are built. There's this technique, which is why I call the book 180 degrees, because the truth has been inverted. So to get back to the truth, we need to invert the inversions. So I say 180 degrees is not just an angle, it's an answer. So you can use that technique to flip the narrative in order to make the lie more visible.
Yeah.
We also cover stuff like the nature of lies, the attributes, and then there's something called the craft, which is basically how to dress up evil to make it look good.
And there is a lot of evil in the book. I mean, you're exposing a lot of things that people don't really think of as being evil, and then there's the stuff that is blatantly evil that you think, really, is this really going on? Isn't that something from the Middle Ages, from the past? Surely that's not happening in these days. And there's certain parts of that which we can't discuss on here, being on YouTube and its terms and conditions and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But there is some really sinister stuff that is going on that the general public would be so shocked that if they were able to get other people to believe them, it would probably change things. But I think it's so shocking, and it's so hidden and buried that it's very hard for anyone to be taken seriously if they mention it, because people would just go, "Don't be so stupid."
James? Yeah, so you're touching there, if we just talk about the technique. So when you're communicating with people, there's something called people slide from A to Z. They don't jump from A to Z. So if you're speaking to someone who thinks the government's telling them the truth about everything, they're at A. If you're then trying to talk about some of the darker material, it won't work with those individuals, because they have to start at A, move to B, then C, then D, then E. As soon as you jump to something like P or Z, they're going to look at you like you've got three heads.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the solutions I put in How to Communicate the Truth, which is understand who you're speaking to, where they are, what their value system is first before you even open your mouth, and don't try and ram information down them, because it doesn't work.
And I mean, I found as I read the book,
that sort of happened in World War
you're taking
II.
me in hand and asking me questions, or getting me to
just,
think about things differently. And then as we
the
start to
guise
approach
of
some of
just
these
needing some help. He told
somewhat
us,
different things, I
we're
mean, you
trying to
even
get out.
put a
We're
warning, you know,
a
if you really
Jewish
don't want to
family,
read
and
this, go to
they thought they might
the
have been
next
helped,
chapter,
you know,
which
and
of
it's
course
having
then you
something to do.
immediately go, well, I can't not read this. You know, I've got to...
Or maybe that's just you, Richard.
Yeah, it may well be. But you sort of have prepared the approach. But even then, when you get there, or when I got there, and I read some of this stuff, and maybe some of the viewers watching this will have a vague notion because they may already be there in that place and they know what we're kind of talking about, and other people won't, of course. And we don't want to mention it particularly because some people may just switch off. But even then, I had to sort of take it very slowly, because one of the things that I felt when I was going through the book was a huge emotional experience in which I was questioning myself, and I was questioning you as the author of what I was reading. Can I take this at face value? And it did give me a lot of jitters, in actual fact, because you're talking about a whole world experience not being as you think. Now, I'd had the fortunate journey, I suppose, of going down rabbit holes, you know, and not really talking about it and thinking, oh, I don't know, if I don't look too deeply, maybe it won't affect me, or maybe it's not true. And then in doing what I've been doing recently, of course, I've been going down more rabbit holes, and people are sharing videos with you left, right, and centre, and you're going, oh my God, how do I cope with this? And some days I'd come away from the computer absolutely scared, really, you know, thinking, and I've sort of come out of that now, and I'm not quite so scared, because you do offer solutions at the back, you know, towards the end of the book, you sort of go down this deep pit, but you come out feeling a lot more positive than you get sort of halfway through. So I'm just explaining that because some people, you know, there's so much in the book, and you do take us on this roller coaster of a journey.
I think there's a couple of things there, Richard. One, for some of us, we've had 20 years to wake up. Unfortunately, what's going to come out, I think, in the not too distant, is some people are going to have 20 minutes to wake up.
Yeah.
And I think what you've highlighted there is super important, which is that emotional journey and people's ability to cope with it. Because I think we've got some radical cognitive dissonance already. You know, people holding two opposing views at the same time. But I think this is where those people who are already awake need to show kindness and compassion.
Yes.
Not just say, we told you so, because they're going to have to go through that process at a very accelerated rate. I mean, some will choose not to by sticking their head in the sand, of course, but for those who do wake up, or however you want to phrase it, I think that's there, and it's incumbent, I think, on those of us who are awake to show that sort of level of compassion.
Yeah, I mean, I did a video about a month ago now, it must have been, I think, in which I was talking about the medical intervention that we've had over the last couple of years that's been pushed by the government, and everybody knows what I'm talking about, and how we had that polarisation of quite a large section, but the minority of people who were resistant, and those that were, again, a much bigger portion of the population who were insistent that everybody got involved because that was the message that was being pushed. And now they may be regretting some of that because of the after effects of this thing. And some of them may not even be, as you say, still got their head in the sand, but there'll be a block of people who'll be thinking, actually, I regret doing that. But they may also have been saying to people like me who didn't take it, I'm an idiot, I was a fool, you should take this, you know, if you don't take it, it's for humanity's sake, it's to save your granny, blah, blah. Now, they may regret some of that rhetoric that they came out with, and it's to me to help them save face and say, I don't care, you know, at the time, you vehemently thought it was right, the government backed you up, mainstream media backed you up, but now you may not think that was the right idea. I don't feel that you owe me an apology or anything, it's fine, we're all actually on the same side, we're just trying to stay alive at the end of the day.
And I think that's a good approach. I certainly say, if anyone comes to me, I'd say, look, you were subjected to 3 years military-grade propaganda.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the fact is, they didn't get anything right. We had transmission of the disease, they were wrong about that.
Yeah.
Asymptomatic spread, no. The PCR testing was wrong. Fatality rates wrong. Lockdown wrong. Quarantining healthy people wrong. Impact on youth wrong.
They were just
Hospital overload wrong.
manipulated.
Plexiglass barriers, social distancing, outdoor spread, all wrong.
It was
Masks
wrong, you
variant
sort of
impact
understand
wrong.
that, but
Natural immunity they were wrong about.
nothing wrong with that.
Vaccine efficiency wrong. Injection stain at the site wrong, and vaccine injury wrong. So, you know, it's like, well, hang on a second, because you can look through one lens and go, look, these people are incompetent. But if you look through another lens, it's like these people aren't incompetent, and it's a feature, not a bug.
No,
So
they're
there's a
incompetent. They
great
fucking knew
quote
it was
from
wrong.
James Forrestal made in December 1946, and he said the following: "Consistency never has been a mark of stupidity. If the diplomats who have mishandled our relations were merely stupid, they would occasionally make a mistake in our favour. The fact that not one single mistake has fallen in our favour, I would suggest, yeah, that's not incompetence, that's people working to a script."
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely. And as you say, it is military grade propaganda, and no wonder people have swallowed it, because you know we've been led to believe that these people are there for our benefit, and which is strange, because I mean often, you know, we know that governments lie, because there'll be huge media coverage when they open a box from 30, 50, 70 years ago and say, oh, these are the secrets from such and such, and they open it up, and then there's a thing about Margaret Thatcher saying this, and she told us that, but actually what was really happening is this,
Yeah.
or you know, or some other thing from history, and I just automatically think, well, if that happened then, why would we not assume that it's still happening today?
Yeah, I think there's something there in terms of...
You had to be a
people
toy
can
boy in the
accept
court of
something
Margaret
in the
Thatcher.
abstract, particularly historical, but struggle a bit to apply it to the immediate situation.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Absolutely. And especially when it's supposedly a crisis, because
Well, of course.
everyone's rallying around to sort of save us all. It does.
Well, there's another factor here as well, Richard, which is if they can induce a state of fear in people, it reduces people to a more childlike state. It basically switches off your critical thinking abilities. In short, fear makes you stupid, because you're just in your emotions and not in any of your logical brain. And of course, that's part of the propaganda, is to keep people not thinking and get into that herd mentality.
If something, and I'm slightly off script here, but I'm using all your research and your knowledge that you've gained so far. If something, you know, we've been told, oh, there could easily be another pandemic, or there could be another emergency event, and presumably we're all going to go, oh, okay, we need to trust these people. They've shown themselves not to be terribly trustworthy, or they've shown themselves to be somewhat incompetent. How do you think the public now, if we were told, oh, there's another pandemic, or there's an explosion, or we've got the war in Ukraine, so that's always a thing, and I've been hearing that schools are actually practicing in case there's an emergency, so kids have been told to go under tables, I heard this morning in an East Sussex
That's going to be
school.
really helpful.
Oh, really?
With children, you think, and then Telford has come out with
Go
a
under
leaflet
the tables,
that they're
don't
going
worry,
to be
the nuclear
distributing,
fallout won't
which
get
is all
you.
about emergencies and having a grab bag.
How about you just have a fucking major building of underground bunkers, so
and then
your
of course we've got
populace
the
can survive
government
a fucking
pushing out
attack.
the
At least a
alerts
portion of
on
it
our
can.
phones, which did strike me as being very strange that all of a sudden now they're using them,
Sweden
but
is
they've
like-
been built into the phones
pretty sure
for
Sweden, it's
years
not
since these
Switzerland.
phones were available.
It's
So
like 2,900
it does seem a bit
public
strange that it's
air
all
raid
sort of building
shelters.
up to something. But my question
Bomb-proof.
is, how do you think the public
Around
will
the country.
respond? How much fear will there have to be for them to be as compliant as they were 3 years ago?
Well, it's a good question. I'd say it roughly splits into three. You've got the ones who are completely awake and aware of what's going on. And what I say is, truth is like a one-way valve. You don't wake up and then decide, oh no, I want to go back and know all the lies. I think it's generally one-way valve. I think obviously you had the Matrix film where one guy said, just give me the blue pill, I just want to taste the steak again. But I think in the real world, once you've got there, you're never going back. So this again is why truth tends to be slow and lies tend to be quick. So there's a whole area in that we could dive into if you're interested in terms of the difference between the two. But to finish answering your question first, I'd say we've got a split of three. At one end you've got the awake, at the other end you've got the will do anything they're told. So there's a famous quote from Yuri.
We should have taken photos of all those people.
KGB defector in an interview with
all the ones that were doing as they're told and barking.
Said something like following.
Put a little portfolio, because they're going to be the bad ones when this shit
not
hits
in
the
front
fan.
of me. But it said, a person who is demoralised can no longer assess true information. It doesn't matter if you're showing the absolute proof. He said you could even take someone at that time over to the Soviet Union and show them the concentration camp. So communism was never what it was labelled as. He said he will still refuse to believe it.
Wow.
So there is probably a 10 to 20% of the population, I say, that's a guess.
That's the
populated
nation.
Now, the interesting bit really is the bit in the middle, which is the mass of people. And I would say out of that group, what they did from 2020 onwards has certainly awoken a lot more people who had no idea of what was going on in all these different areas. And I would say those ones who've awakened since won't be going back either. But we still have, I would say, let's call them the settled majority, who can still be swung either way. But I do believe it's going to be much harder, because there's also the 100th monkey syndrome here, which is that collective unconscious of when you get a certain number of people all being aware of, let's call it the truth in this case, whatever your views are, that starts to have an effect on the rest of the population. And I do think, for example, coming into this, it was Boris taking the helm. I'm no fan, but you could see there was a certain level of trust there, totally misplaced of course, because of what he did with Brexit. But I think this time, I mean, I don't think any trust is there in many ways. So with all these things, generally you have to ramp it up. So as I say at the end of the book, I'm waiting with my popcorn for the fake alien invasion narrative that's going to appear at some point, because you've got to keep making it bigger and bigger.
Yes.
Now, whether they're going to just come out with another variant, another disease, whatever it is, I mean, of course they're going to try it, because they have to, because that's part of the agenda.
And also, I imagine that they've invested in stuff.
Of course.
So just to go back one step, so what we haven't really said is that a lot of this has been, shall we say, planned, for the sake of a word. That these things just don't happen to. A lot of things seem to be part of an overall long-term story. Is what we're saying, and some people. I'm just making this clear for some of the people who may be going, I don't. What do you mean they've got this? So there seems to be this playbook in which things have happened throughout history, and we've seen a number of things in our lives which, when you read in the book, certain events that have been done by the government of that country, in which people in that country have actually died, and there are some very famous, I'm just going to leave it at this, very famous things that people go, what? And that some people already know this, And some people always say, well, it's a conspiracy, and some people will just not believe it because they believe their government so much. But that these events have happened, and here we are now with this pandemic that happened, and there's still more work for these evil people to enact and get out. And so what I'm saying is, presumably they because they've been planning so long, they've invested in whatever it might be, whether that's future solutions to the problem, which might be something that's injected or sprayed or shoved in the water or whatever, chucked out of aeroplanes, whatever it might be. They've invested it so that, as you say, they've got to try it, haven't they?
I believe so, yeah. So, I mean, part of what you're referring to there is the problem reaction solution, which is a technique that goes back to Roman times. It's like, well, you want this solution, so you're going to then create the problem.
Yes.
That is a standard practice they use all the time. I mean, the other thing I thought you might be referring to there, but maybe you weren't, was the idea of false flags. So are we allowed to talk about those?
Yeah, well, things do sort of distract you, don't they? So something else can happen. Is that what a false flag is?
Yeah, so I'll read the definition I have in the book, which is false flags are covert operations designed to deceive in such a way that the operations appear as though they're being carried out by entities, group or nations other than those who actually planned and executed them. Often they are horrific stage events that are blamed on a political enemy and used as a pretext to start a war or enact draconian laws in the name of national security and or remove civil liberties. The origins are from naval warfare, where a flag was raised on the ship's mast prior to the attack to mask the true identity of the attacker. But
so in other words, if you lived on an island, let's just put it in an allegory situation. If you lived on an island and you've got, say there's a lovely pyramid, and everybody thinks it's a lovely pyramid, they go to the pyramid every day, and there's another island over there, and you want to make out that it was the other people on that other island that are your troublemakers, and you want to go and beat them up, and you want a legitimate reason, you might, as a government, blow up your own pyramid, cause a few deaths at the same, and then say, oh, it was them. And so everyone goes, blimey, was it them? Well, let's go and get them.
yeah, that's basically how it works. And unfortunately, that is used way more often than people realise.
And on a scale that, you know, you just wouldn't think how life, people, you know, the people living in a certain country, that the government would do that to their own.
No, exactly. So what you're actually talking about there is something called the big lie. So if someone tells you a small lie, you might be able to spot it, for example, via, you know, body language tick or a tonality. If someone tells you an absolute whopper, that can be much harder to spot, even though you'd think it'd be easier because it's bigger.
Yeah.
And the truth is, the big lie is more credible because it's incredible. I.e., most people cannot wrap their heads around the fact that some would be so devious or evil to do something that they instantly dismiss it as a possibility and look at the person who's telling them as a raving lunatic.
Yeah.
And the big lie has been used a lot throughout history, so this isn't something that's a one-off.
And in the book, you go on to mention these things, which if we do here, then there's a possibility that the shutters come down. And as you read that, you know, you go, no, can't be. And then you'll calmly and very gently show how that could potentially be the situation. And in the end, you start going, well, yeah, I can see what you mean. And then it's up to the reader, of course, to take away whether they still believe it or not. But you keep just unpeeling from, say, a window little bits of light. And as you're peeling it, you've got the chance of putting those sort of stickers back on that window, but they're not as secure when you start pushing them back than when you take them off, because
the two examples I used early on in the book is the HMS Lusitania, which was a false flag to try and get the Americans into the First World War, and Pearl Harbor in the Second World War, because whilst they'll still have some emotional reverb for a lot of people, now that we've got new generations coming through and are less emotionally attached to remembering the event at the time, it's probably easier for people to, as you said earlier on in the conversation, about, okay, that happened 60, 70 years ago, I can understand that, but no, that can't possibly be true about this one. So what I've tried to do in the book, and on the ones I have shown, I've called a section called The Hunt, is say, okay, here are the tactics they use, here's the evidence from 2 or 3 more recent examples, you decide for yourself whether you think that's a false flag or not. And again, it's about giving the reader the freedom to decide for themselves rather than sort of ram it down our throats.
Yeah. So one of the questions, of course, from those sort of events would be, why would respected members of a government go along with this? You know, because not every, you know, some of these false flags, some of these events are so complex that so many people would have to be in the know. So it's not just the respected members of society, it's also other people who are engaged to do it, who may not know, you know, the whole story. They may have only been given a little instruction. But at some level, some people will have started to join the dots. So what stops them from becoming whistleblowers before that happens and blows the whole the whole lie out of the water?
Yeah. So you've got 2 questions there, basically. Why do they not say anything, and how is it kept quiet? So let's deal with the second one first. How it's kept quiet normally is via stuff like hyper-compartmentalisation. So there was the best example of this is like the Manhattan Project when they're developing the nuclear bomb. I think there's something like 120,000 people involved in that, but it didn't leak out. So the fact that lots of people are going to know and therefore will talk, which is a sort of natural thing we think, because if there's power in information, and we're humans, we like to talk and share information, that's the case. But with hyper-compartmentalisation, you may only know a small part of the whole and cannot possibly use that one piece of the jigsaw to see the whole picture. Now, why do they keep quiet once it's found out? I mean, we do have whistleblowers, but they're few and far between. Most people won't whistleblow because they normally get annihilated. Now, that annihilation isn't there just to punish them, it's really there to put anyone else off coming forward. That's more the reason it's done. But I would say there's 4 factors. You've got ideology, money, and certainly blackmail, maybe security as well. But someone could agree with the ideology and think, you know, it's the path, you know, is paved with good intentions, and so they want to go along with it anyway. But I would say the main reasons that people are on board with it is they're either coerced by things like blackmail, or they're paid, or probably a combination of the 2. Because there's nothing more powerful than the carrot and the stick. You know, if you're giving them a big wad of money and going to destroy their lives if they speak out, that's quite a powerful tool to keep them quiet.
Yes, I mean, it's funny because I had a conversation with a friend of mine, and I said, you know, now that I'm speaking out like this, people may be somewhat, these people who don't want this sort of knowledge to get out, may approach me and approach me in 2 different ways. They may, one, take me down a blind alley and beat me up and say, stop talking about it, just go back to heritage, landscape and nature and keep your mouth shut. Or they might say, here's a couple of million, just disappear, you know, go away and start up your little...
Well, let's hope it's the second one.
Well, you know, the trouble with that is, if you're moralistic and you believe in what you're doing, and also you've seen what could potentially be a dreadful thing for humanity, just saving yourself and going, oh, there's a nice pot of gold, I'll go. It is a very difficult thing to sort of go, well, actually, the money isn't, I can't live with myself. And that's probably why they haven't come forward and given me the money, because they don't spend the money on him, he'll only spend it and still carry on. So,
yeah, well, you're going down the route of the C.S. Lewis one, is it? you don't have a soul. You are a soul. You have a body.
Yes.
And the
Yeah.
point is that
Sounds like an
what's
interesting
interesting with
topic.
things like morality is the communists had something called demoralization. And demoralization wasn't just demotivation, it was the removal of morality from society as an objective. Why? Because if you have a lower morality level in society, they're far easier to control.
I can understand that.
And I think this is one of the problems with, for example, the empire collapse cycle that I referenced in the beginning of chapter 7 and John Grubb, is a lot of these empires generally fail after the 240 to 250 year mark, which if we're looking at the USA, for example, or we could claim it's sort of the Anglo one, if you just take the American situation, they had the revolution in 1776, it's now 2023, I think that's around 248 years or something. I haven't done the exact calculation, but you're right bang in that 240 to 250 average for the empire to collapse. And some of the things that designate the end of an empire is a huge increase in a welfare state and mass immigration. So these are things that have happened to previous enterprises. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but generally those are like, if you want to have a tick box indicator of is this the end of empire, then I would say pretty much exactly what's happening in the US at the moment would indicate exactly that.
Yeah, and you can see, if you see some of these videos in which they just show that how the morals have just disintegrated and people are on the streets and people are just burgling and the police can't control.
Another classic sign of end of empire as well. I'm not saying those things don't happen at other times as well, but certainly that's one of the key factors, yeah.
So the question that people in that situation might be going, well, blimey, this is dreadful. But how does the new empire start? And is that a more creative, positive time, so that actually, if it is at the end of one era and we're going into another, is it a good time to be around to see the end of one and the start of another, or is it a really dreadful time to be around because you've got uncertainty for the future and a sort of certain end to the current situation?
Well, you could argue that depends on your geographical location, whether you're in the end of the empire or whether you're located where they're just starting their new one.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to think about moving here, Richard, at the end of this conversation.
I might well be. I need that island where I can have my own little empire, and I can have my own little border and say, no, these are my rules. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, the rule is it's not about being on your own, but it is about localism and a smaller community to get you through some of the nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think, that's with what we've been saying about some people having to wake up, some people already waking up, some people realising that actually what we've got at the moment is likely to change, that community that has become more atomised will start to have to, I suppose, become more cohesive in order to stay together, to survive?
Yeah, I think the one mistake they made with all the COVID nonsense is it woke people up to how important other people are in their lives.
Right.
And we all started, after being banned from it, although some of us never stopped it, of course, started hugging each other, and sort of it was a return of humanity in a certain way. And I think that's a seed that's been planted that isn't going away. Now,
yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
No, just saying that I think, now that ball's rolling, it's like a snowball going downhill. Now, we do have a few challenges on the horizon, because if you go into some of Rudolf Steiner's work, he suggests that sort of this epoch ends with the war of all against all. So let's hope we don't get there, but I'll be dealing with that one in the next book. I think I've probably put enough trauma into this one for the time being.
absolutely. I mean, one of the things that I thought about, and I think I've mentioned this before, I've certainly mentioned it to friends and family and other members, is when we were coming into the beginning of the energy crisis, and we were told that we were going to have electric power cuts and stuff like that. I just kept thinking to myself, and this has become more solid, and I'd be interested in your views on this, is that it won't happen because if we have power cuts on electricity, particularly, because they want us to sort of believe that the electricity is the root, is if we start having days of no power, suddenly we'll realise our phones can't be charged up, we can't go online, we'll suddenly be talking to our neighbours again.
Outrageous.
Outrageous. But we'll have to use cash because things like that. And the last thing at the moment, it seems to me, that they want us to feel that cash is a useful commodity and a way of exchanging and doing things. And if you've got a wood-burning stove or any other means of cooking, even if it's a camping stove, that you can be independent. And
It's funny,
feel
I
that
don't want you to have a
that's
camping
why
stove.
they won't cut us off
What
from
the
these
fuck?
things, because I remember the 70s when we had those, completely
Unfortunately,
different.
so do I.
And
Unfortunately,
as a
it was fucking
kid,
great
it was
times.
quite fun because it was a bit different. But I think it would just show people that we can be, again, self-reliant, taking back more responsibility for stuff. And also it would show how weak being reliant on one thing like electricity really is. And so to me that was, again, it's a threat, but actually please carry that out in a way, do it, because I think people would wake up a lot more and go, wait, we don't want to put all our eggs into one basket.
Yeah, I think it's a very good analysis, that, Richard. I know that Catherine Austin Fitz says if you want to really screw the system, just leave your smartphone at home.
Yeah. I mean,
because that's all the data collection pretty much gone. We don't know where you are, and you're not interacting with that stuff. So I agree.
That's
the
why I
more
want to stick it under your
once
fucking
everyone's
skin.
in the pen,
because then you can't leave it at home.
They can start messing around and switching stuff off, but they're not going to do it ideally before everyone's been herded into the pen for the reasons you just given.
And another thing, if the advent is coming, of course, of this central bank digital currency. But again, another way for me is to stymie that, is to say, okay, I haven't got a mobile phone and I'm not connected to the internet. Now, me on my own, there'll be, hard cheese, how are you going to get anything? But if collectively more and more people said, right, okay, we ain't having one of these things, the bankers will want trade to happen. They will want the movement of money, and the government will want you to know where you are and things to happen, and they will want their council tax paid and their inland revenue paid, and you go, well, I'm happy to pay it, just I haven't got a mobile phone and I've got no money to buy one anymore. So I'm in a catch-22. What can I do? You need to print some cash again and let me be able to buy these wonderful trinkets and but there's still, I've got to pay my mortgage first. So so I just feel there are methods, but it does need a collective rather than just little old me standing, as you said before, on my little island going, well, I'm not part of it. But you need everybody to be.
No, but the point you're saying is there needs to be a tipping point in a core number of people who understand what the problem is, which is, I presume, one of the reasons why you started what you're doing now is to get that information into the hands of the people so they can understand what's really going on and not just falling for the latest wheeze that the government's pretending to give them. So my guess would be, but it's a slower process, and when we've got time, I don't know. But the clever way of introducing CBDCs would be to incentivise it. Oh look, you can have 10 times as much of this than you've already got in that. And that would be the less coercive approach. The big problem they've got, and this is really, because if we end up embracing CBDC, you are going to end up in a form of tyranny.
Is that your
There's
machine?
no
That's
question
in,
about it. They're going to be able to control everything you do, where you go, what you can eat, pretty much everything. Because if you need money to transact, it can literally be programmable and switch you off. So anyone listening to this, do not touch CBDCs with a barge pole if you don't want to live under complete dictatorship for your future generations to do so. I'm hopeful because, at least with the cryptocurrency crowd, it started off with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin was always framed, we can discuss the ins and outs of it, as an alternative to central banking. And I think a lot of people coming into that slowly over time have had to listen to people like, or chosen to listen to people like Andreas Antonopoulos, Tone Bayes, and it's always, they've known from day one, as was in the Satoshi Nakamoto white paper, this is an alternative. Now, I know there's people out there who will say, oh no, that's just the banking crowd trying to suck you in. But as Andreas Antonopoulos said, it's Bitcoin's a bit like Euclidean geometry. He doesn't need to know whether Euclid was a good or bad person. He just needs to know whether Euclidean geometry works. And the answer is yes, it does, so I'm going to use it. And it's pretty much the same with Bitcoin. Now, there are problems with cryptocurrencies. We'll maybe get to those just briefly. But if you're looking at Bitcoin, it's all open source. You can see what's going on, and therefore, and people tend to, yeah, but it's SHA-256 encryption, and that was done by, I think, created by the NSA. Therefore, Bitcoin, but every single bit of encryption is based on that, and if that's broken, every encryption in the world's gone, basically. So I think there are people that latch on to things incorrectly and jump to the wrong conclusion. That's not to say cryptocurrencies are problem-free. So if we're talking about decentralized ones, they're fine. Centralized ones, you don't want to touch with a barge pole because centralized systems can be controlled. Beyond that, there's loads of scams out there, so I think we'll have a washout at some point, and then we'll be left with the ones that are actually useful. But I have a personal opinion on some of those, but I'm not a financial advisor, and I can't give any financial advice, so people do your own research.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, and I mean, the thing is, I mean, I've been thinking what to do, and you know,
panic.
Exactly, panic. That's what you want. A bit of panic. So yeah, that's money is a difficult thing because you know it's like just transferring money. I had to transfer some money from one bank to another bank, and because it was of a certain sum of money, it was most peculiar that I had. So they said the best way to do this so you don't incur charges is to write yourself a check and take it to the other bank and pay it in. I haven't written a check for donkey's years. Yeah, so I was like, okay. And then they came back and then it was rejected and they said, oh, that you didn't fill it in right. And there was a little tiny mistake, not that I made, but somebody had put a naught in front of my, I think, cashier had just sort of looked at my account number and said, oh, that should be a naught, I better change it. So that was rejected. Then I had to go and do it again. And then they rang me up and they said, this has been made out to you. I said, yeah. And it's going into your building society. I said, yes. And they said, did you intend to put this in the building society? So I was like, no, I intended to give it to a tramp on the street. Yeah. Of course, what do you think? I mean, I know they're doing their duty, and of course it's that whole problem about people believe when they put money in the bank, it's their money. And here's a conundrum that I can't work out. If you're being paid by whoever your employer is, they're not giving you the cash these days so that you have a choice to put it in the bank. It's a bank transfer that goes into the bank. Now, when it goes into the bank and they say, but it's our money until you have it back, you've got no choice if the employer is only going to give you it via a bank transfer for it to then disappear into somebody else's account to make money from it or do whatever they want with it until you claim it back. And then when you claim it back, they say, what are you going to use it for?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole system is totally bonkers.
Well, it's worse than that because when you really go into the fundamentals on money, I mean, you try this one, Richard. Go into the street and ask them what is money, where does it come from, and how is it created? And I bet you 99% of the people who you ask will not be able to answer those three questions.
Yeah,
and And that is just remarkable given we use it every day. So we think we understand it, but we don't. So have we got time to quickly run through that? And
Yeah,
do
run
the
through
what,
it, yeah.
where and how?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so when it comes to what is money, money has, you can say, functions and attributes. So, for example, a function for money, there's three. A medium of exchange, so it needs to be acceptable to the two parties involved. A unit of account, it can act as a measure, you know, how much. And a store of wealth, I can protect your purchasing power over time. Well, the pound's not doing a very good job of that at the moment, but we'll come back to that. Now, beyond its functions, you have attributes. These are things like it's divisible, it's durable, it's fungible, which just means mutually interchangeable without loss of value. So I could swap a £20 note for, say, a tenner and 2 fivers, and you haven't got any friction there.
Yeah.
It could be portable, inert, you don't want it to blow up in your hands. Tangible, you can hold it. Anonymous, finite, and has intrinsic value. And ideally, no counterparty risk. So if you want to decide whether something is money, it's perhaps best to ask two distinct questions. Is it money, i.e. is it an acceptable medium of exchange? Or two, is it good money? Does it possess all or most of the value characteristics that you're looking for?
Right. I mean, you just mentioned it had to be anonymous, and that's where the central bank digital currency certainly isn't anonymous, because it knows exactly what you're doing. And
correct.
And it can be programmable.
So I would say those attributes I've listed there are the ideal, but you'll find, for example, also no counterparty risk. Well, there's counterparty risk, as you just highlighted, when you put your money in your bank, because legally you don't own it until you demand it out of your account. So it shows that fiat money, which is just like the currency we use, fiat just means from Latin, let it be done. So I'm going to decree this is legal tender, and everyone goes, okay, that's a great idea. So those are the attributes. Now, where does it come from? Only 2 to 3% in the UK is actually physical cash. And I would argue probably that's down to 1% now after the last 3 years and what happened with COVID. 97% of the rest is basically created as debt, e.g. by banks when they write a mortgage. Now, how is it created? Here's the real con. So there's a simplicity and some might say audacity to our monetary system, and that is they can create money out of thin air. So we're not talking usury here, which is the ability to charge interest on money lent out. That's a separate issue, which we'll leave to one side for the moment.
Right.
But we're talking about how money is created. And the great thing here, or not so great, is the fact even the experts don't seem to understand it. So there's a great, so what I've done in the book is try and prove the point in 3 quotes. Well, 3 quotes and an example. So here's a conversation between a bank auditor, so you'd think they'd know how the system works, wouldn't you, because they're overviewing the bank. Yeah, well, don't be too confident. So the bank auditor's talking to G. Edward Griffin, who's the author of The Creature from Jekyll Island. He's not only a national treasure in the US, but I think an international treasure. So the bank auditor says to G. Edward Griffin, well, you don't really understand the complexities of money. Money is not really just created at all, because you can't just create something. For every asset, you have to have a liability. And G. Edward Griffin says, well, I know that, but they create them both at the same time. Bank auditor, oh, no, they don't do that. I audit the books. This is my business. I know what's going on. Griffin received a letter from the same auditor a week later. He said, you know what, you got me thinking. I went back and analysed it. I hate to admit it, but you were right. Yeah, we do make it out of nothing. Now, we've even got, so that's a bank auditor. We've got economics professors as well. This is one chatting with Chris Martinson. He said, a retired professor of economics yelled at me, I have taught economics for 30 years at university and you have money creation all wrong. 1 year later he came back and apologised and said, sorry, I had no idea. Now, we've got empirical data on this as Werner, founder of the director for the Centre of Banking,
It's like
Finance
you're
and
hiding something, then you have to admit it, but
conducted
sorry, I
an
just put
empirical
that
test of
wrong.
this observation and published
No,
its
no, that doesn't make
results
sense
in the
anymore.
International Review of Financial Analysis, volume
Not when
36,
you're that
December 2014.
educated on the subject.
Following. Money was borrowed from a cooperating bank while its internal records were being monitored. This study establishes for the first time empirically that banks individually create money out of nothing. The money supply is created as fairy dust produced by the banks individually out of thin air. Now, here's the problem, and this is a great observation from John Titus, who's a lawyer. He said the following: when I lend you $1,000, I'm charging you interest because I don't have possession of that $1,000 anymore. Fair enough. That's not the case with commercial banks. The bank is charging you interest on something that did not exist to begin with. That is not interest, that is taxation.
Wow.
Wow, yes.
Now, well, let me give you an example. So let's bring it into the real world for an extreme example. Let's open the Bank of Bows.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah?
Yes. I'm keen on that.
I know this is an extreme and ridiculous example,
No,
but
not
it's
at all.
going to
I
make
quite
the
like it.
point. Yeah? So the Bank of Bows. So you have absolutely no money to begin with.
Oh, bugger.
Does this sound familiar?
Yes. Story
So
of
we're-
my life.
So we're starting off from a position of truth. Okay.
Yeah.
So you get a license which allows for unlimited lending.
Yeah. Here it is. I've got it here.
In reality, there's some restrictions, but we're just trying to prove the point.
I rubbed those restrictions out. Actually,
Okay,
online.
brilliant. You're right. We're on the same page then. So
Yeah.
you get a license for unlimited lending.
Brilliant.
You are also the only bank in the world.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. It gets
Come
better.
to me, folks. Come to me.
And now you're able to charge every person on the planet 5% on any money you lend out.
Brilliant.
Okay?
Yeah.
So in
happy with
year
that.
one, we've got, let's say there's 8 billion people on the planet. That's disputed, but that's a different discussion.
Please don't all queue at once.
No, they're all coming. They're all coming. So 8 billion people on the planet, and everyone wants to take out £1,000 loan from you at 5% interest.
Oh, blimey. Hang on a minute. I have to check how much.
You might be busy.
Yeah.
So that equates to £50 a person per year interest. Yeah?
Right, yeah.
So if we multiply that up, 8 billion times £50, we get to 400 billion.
Ah, that's nice.
It is.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of year one, you had nothing.
Yes.
But just because you have the privilege to create money out of nothing and charge interest on it, you're now up to 400 billion.
Marvellous.
By the end of year 2, you have 800 billion, and by the end of year 3, you have 1.2 trillion. But actually, you're going to have more than that, because what you're going to do with all those billions you sat on?
Yeah, well, I can't just keep them as furniture.
You're going to invest it probably in some real assets.
Yes.
And if you extrapolate that process over a long enough time frame, you will end up owning everything in the world.
Right, okay.
So, if you wanted to devise, I say in the book, if you wanted to devise an evil genius master plan to take over the world, and let's face it, you've got the luck for it, the power to charge interest on money that doesn't exist and then exchange that for real assets would be a very effective way of going about it. In other words, it's simply a means of exploiting wealth from people without being noticed. You just need the white cat to stroke now, Richard, and I think we're there.
Well, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? And the thing is, I mean, that's an extreme version, as you say, but that's what goes on.
But that's the process going on. It's hidden because it's not that extreme in reality.